I'd like to welcome everybody to the June 2nd Marlborough Township Public Education Workshop Meeting and Student Recognition Ceremony here at Marlborough Memorial Middle School. Please call the roll.
Good evening, everyone. Mrs. Dean, here.
Here.
Here. Please be advised this meeting being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, the Sunshine Law. Adequate notice of date, time, and agenda sent to the Asbury Park Press and news transcript. Also been posted and filed in Marlborough Township Clerk. Copies have also been sent to each district school and other area newspapers in accordance with the law. Draw your attention to, but I'm not going to read in its entirety, the statement of videotape of the public portion of Board of Education meetings, a public session statement, as well as no smoking on school grounds. At this time, I'd like to invite Daniel Levin, School Student Council President here, who will lead the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing afterwards. The Royal Mass will perform the sponsoring of the pattern. Would you like to try? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to welcome and honor Mayor Hornick with us tonight. I'd also like to announce that Tara Kosovic, DMD, is the district's Emerald level sponsor for the 2014-2015 school year. Thank her. Before we get started, I'd just like to, on behalf of the Board of Education, congratulate all our students here tonight, as well as their teachers, their parents, administration here, because it takes that army of people working together to have a great district and a great school we have here, to have the amazing amount of student honors you can see tonight. This is one of the nights that the Board of Education looks forward to every year. So on behalf of the Board of Education, I want to really congratulate all those students. And the board members will take seats and we'll start our ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Lolonsky, Dr. Hibbs, members of the board. Parents, I'd like to thank you all for coming out. We have a very large turnout here tonight, so the custodians are working on bringing some more chairs out, so hopefully we can get as many people seated as possible for the next few minutes. This is a great night for our school, where we get the opportunity to come together and celebrate all the success and accomplishments of our students. Before we proceed with the awards, I would like to recognize a few special people who contribute greatly to the success of our school. The members of our PTA board donate countless hours to make Memorial a better place for our students and staff. Please stand when I call your name so you can be recognized for all of your effort and hard work. President, Mrs. Ingenito. Vice President, Mrs. Rodriguez. Secretary, Mrs. Chericello. And Treasurer, Mrs. Manginelli. Thank you for all that you do. One quick public service announcement. There's voting going on in the back hallway here, so we have to do our best to please stay out of there. If you need to step out for a minute, if you'd use the door on the side into the hallway over there, that would be great. I'd like to introduce our Student Council President, Daniel Levitt, right here. Daniel's going to be our MC for the night, so I'm going to turn it over to him. Go ahead, Daniel.
First, to present the words for parent volunteers, here is Mrs. McDonald.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Memorial Administration, faculty, and students, I would like to thank all of our parent volunteers for their service to our school community. Through their dedication and efforts, our school is enriched with wonderful programs that promote cultural awareness, community service, and character education. We thank you for all that you do. If you wouldn't mind coming up to receive a certificate of appreciation when I call your name, you can come up to Mrs. Tardio up here and she will hand you one. Our president again, Mrs. Ingenito, vice president, Mrs. Rodriguez, our secretary, Mrs. Chericello, our treasurer, Mrs. Manginelli, Mrs. Ashley, Mrs. Benjamin, Mrs. Bennett, Mrs. Blair, Mrs. Capel, Mrs. Chandra, Mrs. Cheng, Mrs. Choi, Mrs. Chu, Mrs. Cohen Diadamo, Mrs. D'Amato, Mrs. Deisler, Mrs. DeVecca, Mr. Di Pietro, Mrs. Di Toronto, Mrs. Goodman, Mrs. Jacoby, Mrs. Jacobs, Mrs. Kaufman, Mrs. Lanka, Mrs. Lee, Mrs. Lomangino, Mrs. Lundy, Mrs. Matos, Mrs. Mentones, Mrs. Napolitano, Mrs. Navarro, Mrs. Nebatia, Mrs. Nicosia, Mrs. Palladino, Mrs. Pasupulati, Mrs. Patel, Mrs. Perloff, Mrs. Rado, Mrs. Rapasarda, Mrs. Scandaglia, Mrs. Schmid, Mrs. Shah, Mrs. Shapiro, Mrs. Spano, Mrs. Srinivasan, Mrs. Steinberg, Mr. Sturgeon, Mr. Suarez, Mrs. Suarez, Mrs. Sussman, Mrs. Teitelbaum, Mrs. Vidali, and Mrs. Weber. Again, thank you so much for all your work.
Here's Mrs. Ross to present the David A. Kaufman Memorial Community Service Award.
Hi, the David A. Kaufman Volunteer Award, Community Service Award, is named for my late husband. David was a founding member of the Alliance for the Prevention of Alcohol and Drug Abuse, and he was very involved in it. He died at a very young age, suddenly leaving 2 young children and 1 on the way, and so it's very important to me that his memory be carried on, and the Alliance has been kind enough to do this for many years. He was a dentist, and after he died, we found out through letters of the various community service and volunteer things he did that we didn't know about. And so it's really important to us, to my family and me, to present this to 2 students who do volunteer work because they want to, not just because it is for recognition, for any reason other than they really would like to do this. And we've been lucky, we found 2 such students, and I'd like to present this award to them with the hope that they will continue to do community service and volunteer. And the recipients are Jacob Hoffman and Olivia Hornet. Please come up.
Here is Mrs. Novosi presenting the Marlborough Educational Foundation's Dr. David Abbott Leadership Award.
Good evening. The Marlborough Educational Foundation was founded in 2000 by none other than Dr. David Abbott. With his vision and your ongoing support, the foundation has been able to provide the township with $450,000 worth of grants. Because of his dedication to the Marlborough Educational Foundation and the children of Marlborough, the foundation will be awarding the Dr. Abbott Leadership Award to 1 graduating 8th grader from each middle school. The 8th grade students were asked to submit a paper stating what they thought made a good leader. The winner will receive $100 plus their name on an eternity plaque placed in each school. The Marlborough Memorial Middle School recipient of the 2015 Dr. David Abbott Leadership Award is Danny Jarasher.
Now presenting the Allen Lang Memorial Award for Technology, here is Ms. Labusa.
Good evening. The Allen Lang Memorial Award for Technology was established after Mr. Lang's sudden passing during the 2000 school year. He had been a technology teacher in the district for over 20 years. A lifelong learner, Mr. Lang was pursuing a doctoral degree at the time of his death. His commitment to learning was evident in his teaching. Mr. Lang believed that applied technology could be utilized in teaching all curricular areas. He developed and implemented a district-wide interdisciplinary activity that reinforced students' geography, art, and language arts skills through technology. Each year, 1 exceptional 8th grade student is chosen to be the recipient of the Allen Lang Memorial Award. The student is selected as a result of his or her outstanding effort and achievement in applied technology. As Mr. Lang's former student, it is my honor to present the award this year to Dylan Kaufman.
Now presenting the Municipal Alliance Community Service Awards, Mrs. Geis, Dr. Baskind, and Mrs. Negron Santana, presenting the peer-to-peer awards, Hot Club awards, Hot Club T-shirt award, and Great American Smokeout awards.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Baskind.
Good evening. My name is Mrs. Negron Santana. It is with great pride that we recognize the accomplishments of our peer leaders. These students committed themselves to serving as role models for their younger peers, promoting positive messages such as the importance of being the difference, treating others with kindness, and staying drug-free. Throughout the year, they facilitated several interactive presentations that educated our 7th grade students about the harmful effects of gateway drugs, taught them valuable life skills, and emphasized the importance of making healthy choices. They also volunteered their time to assist at special events, such as Back to School Night, Marlboro High School's Candlelight Vigil, and our incoming student orientation.
This is truly an exceptional group of students, and we are so grateful for their efforts and the significant contribution that they have made to Memorial this year. Tonight, they will be receiving certificates of appreciation from both our school and the Marlboro Township Alliance for the Prevention of Substance Abuse, which supports our peer-to-peer program. And now, on to our peer leaders. When you hear your name, please come on up for your certificates and a token of appreciation from the coordinator of the Municipal Alliance, Nancy Geist. Brandon Bejar. Katie Blair. Hannah Corley. Sydney Dicktrow. Nick Donnelly. Jake Fleischman. Olivia Hornick. Danny Jericho. Blake Kirkman. Matthew Lai. Neil Minogue. Jessica Manzan. Rosie Martyr. Olivia Metzger. Danish Munir. Jara Penbehar. Joshua Sharp. Brooke Silverstein. Alex Weber. And Jamie's Word. Join me for the next few awards. We would now like to acknowledge a special group of 8th graders who dedicated a significant amount of time and energy to HOT, our hands-off tobacco club. They served as team facilitators, mentoring our younger club members and taking pride in spreading our and the Municipal Alliance's message of substance abuse prevention. These students educated themselves about the harmful effects of tobacco and shared what they learned with their peers through school-wide activities and by conducting interactive presentations with 5th graders across the school district. Some of them also volunteered their time to assist at our incoming student orientation.
Nancy Geis, coordinator of the Municipal Alliance, which supports our Hands-Off Tobacco program, joins us in recognizing the achievements of these student leaders. When you hear your name, please come up for your certificate and a token of appreciation from the Municipal Alliance. Samantha Abrams, Marissa Alberzo, Gabriela Cardoso, David Pisty, Kayla Locker, Anita Marion, Isabella Minucci, Natalie O'Gara, Melissa Sansolo, and Arya Sharma. Had the unique opportunity to design a new t-shirt to go with our new club name this year. The students submitted their designs and voted on each one. Hot Club members are now proudly wearing the design of Joshua Heligman and Zachary Graham. Josh and Zach, please join us on stage to receive your certificate and a token of appreciation from the Alliance. And they are sporting their t-shirts, so you guys can admire the new design.
Back in November, the Hot Club implemented activities in honor of the Great American Smokeout. As part of our efforts, we promoted an essay contest that was sponsored by the Marlboro Municipal Alliance, which invited students to get creative and share why they think smoking is a bad idea. The winners of this contest were honored at a previous Board of Ed meeting for their entertaining and inspiring song parodies that raised awareness about the dangers of smoking. We recognize our memorial winners again tonight. 7th graders Julia Gersman and Lexi Sherman, and 8th graders Olivia Hornick and Sydney Dichtro. Please join us on stage to receive your certificate and a token of appreciation from the Marlboro
Here is Dr. Baskin presenting the Students Change Hunger Challenge Awards and the Difference Makers Awards.
This year, Marlboro Memorial Middle School exemplified being the difference by collecting over 1,600 pounds of food to help those in need as part of the Students Change Hunger Challenge. For this, our school received a Spirit of Giving Award from the Monmouth and Ocean County Food Bank, and ultimately was named a runner-up in the prestigious Governor's Cup competition involving over 202 schools across the state of New Jersey. To earn this recognition, our students excelled in the categories of creative promotional campaign, engaging the outside community, hunger advocacy and educational impact, in-school special events, and student leadership. In recognition of our dedication to hunger awareness, Memorial was honored by Lieutenant Governor Guadagno at a special ceremony and will soon be visited by representatives of the Monmouth and Ocean County Food Bank. For us, the Students Change Hunger Challenge is more than a food drive. It's an opportunity for us to unite in action, think outside the box, forge new collaborations, and inspire ourselves and others to help those in need. Every class, club, and team had the opportunity to get involved and plan their own special event or support the efforts of another group. I want to publicly thank members of Student Council, peer-to-peer, conflict managers, Hot Club, Builders Club, the Wizard of Oz cast, and the PTA for taking initiative and helping us throughout this process. Tonight, we also honor some individual students who led the way in raising awareness about hunger and inspiring their peers to make a positive difference in the lives of others. They are Rachel Barros, Joshua Goodman, Eve Levitman, Paris Malik, Hamza Mustafa, Ryan Smith, Taylor Urbach, Mackenzie Werther, and Chloe Wu. Difference Makers Club was born out of a desire to create an inclusive, supportive environment where every student has an opportunity to get involved, have a voice, and be a leader. The ultimate mission being to bring students together to work toward a common goal of making our school the best place it can be. I pitched my idea to the 3 student representatives who sit on our school safety team. Without hesitation, these 3 incredible students said yes, and have since volunteered their time to assist me in recruiting their peers, establishing a structure, and designing fun and meaningful club activities. So far, our club has been a huge success. We currently have approximately 80 students participating, and it's just the beginning. There's no telling what these difference makers will accomplish when they put their minds together to make a positive difference in our school. Thanks to the extraordinary contributions of 8th grader Daniel Levitt, 7th grader Julia Gersman, and 6th grader Erica Palermo, my vision has become a reality. Daniel, Julia, and Erica, please join me on stage to receive your certificate of appreciation and a small gift from me. You will forever be the founders of the new MBOE Difference Makers Club.
Okay, next up we have Mrs. Coulter, Mrs. McDonald, and Mrs. Geist, who will present the awards for conflict managers.
It is our pleasure to be able to honor our conflict managers this evening. They all, individually and as a whole, have made an impact on our school by spreading the message of respect and tolerance among their peers. The conflict managers have done a fantastic job all year performing their outreaches to the 6th grade students. This particular group was brave in helping us to create the school's first ever I Am Wall. Through this activity, they asked their fellow students to overcome stereotypes and accept others for who they are. These students also volunteered their time at back to school night and 6th grade student orientation. They are an amazing group, and we are really proud of their accomplishments this year.
We would like to now ask our conflict managers to come up with, when they hear their name, and receive a certificate and a token of appreciation from Nancy Geist of the Marlboro Municipal Alliance, who was generous in sponsoring our program this year. Anashka Bhattacharjee, Celine Brady, Julia Dom, Thomas Edgerlin, Ananya Padra, Sunil Jain, Lauren Kaufman, Daniel Levitt, Devin Ling, Schutzer, and Jack Werther.
Here's Mrs. Coulter presenting the awards for Builders Club.
I am so proud of the Bridge Builders Club. They accomplished so much this year. The club was involved in 5 campaigns. We collected food, pennies, and toys. We sold wristbands and hair ties. We used our power to help others. The club was made of mostly 6th and 7th graders, but we had 2 8th graders that were a big help to us. Thank you to Gabriela Cardosa and Jillian Mylin for your dedication to the Builders Club.
Okay, unfortunately, Mr. Goldie was unable to be with us tonight, but we're going to have a performance now by our Monarch Jazz Orchestra, and we're going to do this without direction, correct? All right, so here we go.
Now to present the awards for mathematics, here's Mrs. Green.
Good evening. The first competition is called the American Math Competition, and that is given in all of the honors and high-level math classes during the school day. And we had 2 school winners that achieved, I believe, near perfect scores, and those were 6th grader Brian Liu and 8th grader Karina Yan. And I'm going to ask for Math Club that those students who have multiple awards stay up here, because otherwise it's going to take us 3 hours just for math. The CBA math competition takes place in October. It's our first big competition of the year, and our students this year received first place for the 2nd year in a row. So those students that competed this year on behalf of the school were Sanjit Bhaskar, Kyle Liu, Aditya Paramasimam, sorry Aditya, Rishi Salwi, Claire Wang, Justin Wang, Paige Weinrich, and Karina Yan. The Continental Math League competition is a competition that takes place after school during Math Club. It is a series of 5 competitions that we take one a month pretty much during the fall and winter. And we had one student who is a national winner with a perfect score, and that is Rishi Salwi. The Math Counts competition is the most prestigious middle school math competition in the country. And this year, as we competed at our national competition, our team of 4 students won the regional team competition. And they were Brian Liu, Kyle Liu, Rishi Salwi, and Justin Wang. After winning regionals, we advanced to the state competition. And at the state competition, 6th grader Brian Liu placed first in the state and advanced to nationals, where he was ranked the 17th in the country. The New Jersey Math League competition is also administered in all honors and high-level math classes during the school year. And this year we had several students placed as national winners. In 6th and 8th grade we had Aditya Balachandran, Neil Doshi, Aditya Paramasimam, Rishi Salwi, and Justin Wang. Although none of our 7th graders won the national competition, we did have one 7th grader who did exceptionally well, and she is the school winner for 7th grade, and that is Aparna Kumar. The only international competition we participated in is called Purple Comet. It is an online test, and it's given in teams of 6 students. And we had one team this year perform exceptionally well. They placed 20th in the world out of 647 teams competing in their division. So that team was comprised of members Kyle Liu, Rishi Salwi, Claire Wang, Justin Wang, Emily Shea, and Karina Yan. The Sigma Math Competition is another competition that we take as part of Math Club that is also after school over the period of 5 months. And we had national winners this year. We had 3 of them. Nikhil Kalyanraman from 7th grade, and Rishi Salwi and Aditya Paramasimam in 8th grade.
So now we'll have a performance by the Royal Airs directed by Ms. Winston. Presenting the awards for music and the arts, here is Ms. Winslow and Mrs. Gussman.
Okay, first we'll have awards for the Monarch Jazz Orchestra. Sarah Bongiorno. Eric Chen. Neil Doshi. Zachary Gilfond. Eric Ginsberg. Nihar Irimachi, Sanjay Gotor, Eric Guan, Garrett Hartman, Malin Horkler, Jason Lee, Joshua Lin, Emily Liu, Kyle Liu, Jillian Mylan, Esther Tepper, Anwisha Thorat, Arya Tiwari, Claire Wang, Justin Wang, and Karina Yan. Thank you, Monarch Jazz Orchestra. Next, we'll have the Royal Airs. Royal Airs, would you please stand? Michael Ackerman. Bhavana Akula. Harry Allegra. Amy M. Kanitsky. Samara Atri. Megan Burns, Madison Calabrese, Madison Carducci, Angelina Chang, Alexis Chow, Jillian Choi, Christina Shueri, Jade Chaffee, Surya Das, Sierra DiMilo, Eric DiPietro, Christina Farah, Christian Fernandez, Elizabeth Garcia, Sophie Genevieve Mester, Rachel Jafrida, Noah Godrich, Shreya Gupta, Catherine Hannah-Allah, Marissa Ho, Alexis Hogan, Sarah Holzberg, Kirsten Ingenito, Sanford Kapoor, Pranavi Kasajala, Noah Lee, Selena Liu, Ariana Losner, Neha Nandiwada, Ava Panza, Priyanka Pillay, Amanda Pimetti, Christina Ryan, Raina Samuel, Shafali Sangappa, Bianca Tevis, Paula Vinacour, Ryan Wasserman, Nicole Weber, Nikki Wen, Caitlin Yin, and Kevin Yin. Thank you, Royal Airs. I'm now going to announce Sovereign Swing on behalf of Mr. Goley. Jeremy Asher. Matan Burkowski, Justin Chow, Krish Chouhari, Morgan Furstenberg, Rohan Gupta, Andrew Han, Sophia Shu, Sungmin Huang,
Yeah, Jay.
Michaela Jeffers, Joshua Kim, Dylan Martiz, Ethan Pine, Lyndon Puzan, Ronak Shah, Alyssa Wu, Brianna Yao, and Helena Zhang. Thank you, Sovereign Swing.
Good job. Other way. It's upside down. Good musician. Student.
So I have the privilege of introducing you to the Griffin Orchestra. This year they were the best ever. We were tops in our category. The students earned a superior award at the Music in the Park ceremony, and was also tops in our category for middle school and high school. Out of the 17 schools that participated in the festival, including high schools, Griffins received the second highest score and missed it by 1 point. So you're in for a real treat when you have the opportunity to hear us tonight. But the students that were involved in that wonderful ensemble this year are Eric Chen. And Griffins, once you come up, you can stay up, find your seats in this area, you can stay in the ensemble setup. Eric Chen, Phoebe Chen, Angelina Chen, Lorenzo Di Toronto, Alexa Friedman, Malin Horkler, Sophia Shet, Nikhil Kalyamaman, Joshua Kim, Garesh Kishore, Matthew Lai, Noah Lee, Eileen Lang, Sunny Lang, Jake Lynn, Joshua Lynn, Kara Louie, Kyle Louie, Marina Wall, Raphael Meng, Jillian Milan, Daniel Plotnick, Ethan Pan, Tehran Pfeffer, Neo Pai, Nikita Rana, Ritvik Sharma, Nikki Wen, Emily Shett, Karina Yan, Nicoletta Yan Bieber, and Justin Lee. Those Griffins that are here from Marlboro Middle, please come to the stage now as well. Thank you.
Okay, our final musical performance tonight will be from our Griffin Orchestra, conducted by Mrs. Gusman. This is Mrs. Gusman's final performance here, public performance at least, at Memorial Middle School. She's retiring at the end of the year. When Mrs. Gusman came here several years ago, there was no orchestra program. And she's pretty much taken the program from nothing to what you're going to hear tonight, which is nothing short of awesome. So I want to thank Mrs. Gusman for all her hard work, and this district definitely a better place for having you in it.
Please bear with us while we do a little stage reset. A large group on a small space.
I think the students did the very, very best at the festival. It's called Turning Point. be so stellar if it were not for some of, really some very exceptional students that have played their instruments for a long time and have really continued to dedicate themselves to performances. So in continuing with our awards for Griffin Award, we'll continue with that, Angelina Chang has been selected for the Griffin Award. And students that auditioned for and were accepted into All Shore Intermediate Band are Eric Chen, Ashley Wang, and Justin Wang. Our award for Jazz Band is presented to Eric Chen. He doesn't even have to get up to come and accept it. CJMEA, Central Jersey Music Educators Association Region 2 Intermediate Chamber Orchestra. This is a group that you were accepted into only by audition. Students that auditioned and were accepted into their chamber orchestra are Joshua Kim, Noah Lee, Eileen Lang, Sunny Lang, Joshua Lin, and Tom Beck. Accepted into another ensemble that is by audition as well were Eric Chen, Phoebe Chen, and Karina Yang. There you go. Got it. Going on from Central Jersey Music Educators to All-State, essentially, New Jersey All-State Intermediate String Orchestra. Accepted into that high honors group are Joshua Kim, Noah Lee, Eileen Lang, Sunny Lang, and Teron Pfeffer. And I'm continuing on. The Roche Barchet Memorial Award for Band is presented this year to Claire Wang. Don't break anything. The Samantha Novak Memorial Award for Chorus was, Samantha Novak was a student in our district several years ago who unfortunately passed away at a very young age, and this award goes to Elizabeth Garcia. Congratulations, Elizabeth. Penny Award for Musical Excellence is awarded to Malin Horkler, Noah Lee, and Neha Nadiwala.
Here's Mrs. Rothi to present the 2015 NCTE Promising Young Writers Awards.
Eighth grade is a very pivotal year for students in the area of writing. The National Council of Teachers of English opens a contest to students 13 years and older, and all students who are eligible to enter. Through all the essays the teachers and I sifted through, we submitted quite a number of them, and I'm proud to say we had 3 winners. Certificates of merit went to Priyanka Pillai, Chloe Sherman, and Bianca Tevis.
Now to present the Discovery Girls Magazine Leadership Summit winner, Mrs. Rocky.
Discovery Girls Magazine is a magazine for preteen girls, and they hold a contest, I believe it's annually, for girls to talk about themselves. And I was very lucky because one of these students who won was my former student from 6th grade last year, Natalie Shapiro.
To present the Charles Lafayette Foundation Spring Essay Contest is Tina Nutt.
I'm honored to be here tonight to celebrate the talent of Amisha Singh. Amisha is a 6th grader who throughout the year has distinguished herself as an excellent student and writer, tackling every genre thrown her way with sophistication and poise. Earlier this spring, Amisha entered into the Charles Lafayette Foundation Spring Essay Contest. The CLF is an organization that focuses on student achievement by honoring young people across the country with grants for their schools. Amisha showed great ambition and took the initiative to challenge herself by entering this competitive writing challenge. Amisha's essay won 1st place overall in her age group, thus earning her a $1,000 grant for the school library. This outstanding achievement is another in a list of accomplishments that this young author has had under her belt. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Amisha Singh.
To present the 2015 DuPont Challenge and 2015 Toshiba NSTA Explorer Vision Awards, here's Mrs. Grissom.
Aditya Balachandran from grade 6 Science Honors has been awarded honorable mention in the junior division of the DuPont Challenge, a national science essay competition, for his essay entitled Safe, Sustainable, Abundant Fusion Energy. There were only 17 honorable mentions across the nation out of thousands of essays submitted by 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and Aditya is the only student recognized from the state of New Jersey. Congratulations, Aditya. The project of 2 8th grade students, Priyanka Pillai and Karina Yan, was selected as the 1st place national winner in the 2014-2015 Toshiba NSTA Explorer Vision competition in the grades 7 to 9 division. Unlike typical student science competitions, Explorer Vision is designed to simulate real research and development. Students pick a current technology, research it, envision what it might look like in 20 years, and describe the development steps, pros and cons, and obstacles. Participating in the fun and engaging program can inspire a lifelong love of science, technology, and innovation for students and teachers alike. Their team's submission, entitled Survival of the Freshest, Preservation of Organic Food, was the top project in its grade level across the United States and Canada out of over 5,000 submissions. For the national finals, students constructed a prototype, developed a website, and created a 2-minute video conveying their vision for their technology. For their outstanding effort, each student will receive a $10,000 savings bond. Tomorrow, we will travel to Washington, D.C. for the Explore Vision Awards weekend, where the students will present their project at the Capitol and be recognized for this outstanding achievement. Congratulations to Priyanka and Karina.
To present the award for the National Geography Bee, here's Mr. Osborne.
I have the great pleasure of coordinating the school's National Geographic Bee. Each year, every student in the building competes in a series of preliminary tests designed to narrow the field down to the school's top 9 future geographers. The 9 winners of the preliminary rounds represented each of our school's quads in the school final round, which came down to yet another intense tiebreaker. After an incredible display by all, 8th grade student Joshua Z emerged as our school's winner. Joshua then continued our school's long tradition of qualifying for and participating in the state final round, which took place at Rowan University at the end of March. While he did not advance beyond the state finals, we are extremely proud of Joshua and all this year's participants and look forward to another great year next year. Congratulations, Joshua.
For National History Day.
Each year, the National History Day contest allows students to explore a theme. This year's theme, Leaders and Legacy, allowed students to examine the contributions of individuals in a wide range of fields, from politics to fashion. The following students, supported by Ms. Labuza and Mrs. Persico, participated in the National History Day competition in March at Rutgers University, and were selected to move on to the state-level competition. The state qualifiers are Bhavana Akula, Adanze Benjamin, Arnold Desai, Elizabeth Garcia, Shreya Gupta, Andrew Khan, Sungmit Wang, Selena Liu, and Claire Wang. At the state competition held in May at William Patterson University, the following entry was named an alternate to represent New Jersey at the national competition at the University of Maryland. Our alternates are Elizabeth Garcia and Claire Wang.
Now Mr. Hurst will be presenting the Marlboro Memorial Middle School Sportsmanship Awards.
Good evening, I'm Mr. Burris, the Activities Coordinator And the next set of awards are the Sportsmanship Awards. Sportsmanship here means more than wins and losses. It means having respect for your teammates, your opponents, your coaches, and the game that you play. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the coaches for all the time that they put in during the course of the school year, and also recognize, the coaches will recognize the recipients of the awards. At this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Pagliara, who will present baseball.
Each year, we come together as a school community to bestow the honor of sportsmanship awards to our student athletes. My selection for this year's baseball award takes on extra special meaning, as I've seen this player mature before my very eyes. For making the team as a 6th grader, Peter Moriali has never taken a single experience for granted. His sheer determination, hustle, and leadership to find those qualities that a coach hopes for in all of his or her players. To Pete, these qualities come naturally. So naturally, in fact, that one might even misinterpret his nonchalant demeanor. Peter is a lead by example kind of player. I have said on more than one occasion, to more than I can count, that I someday hope to have a son who grows up the way Peter has. I mean that sincerely. Mickey Mantle once said, after I hit a home run, I had a habit of running the bases with my head down. I figured the pitcher already felt bad enough without me showing him up around the bases. Peter always played the game the way you know how, the right way. Pete, please come up to the stage to accept your award. For this year's Basketball Sportsmanship Award, I have the privilege of honoring a player who embodies the word sportsmanship. Corey Rosenthal is the 3rd Rosenthal with whom I have crossed paths, either academically or athletically at Marlboro Memorial. So for those of you who have never met the family or Corey's parents, it comes as no surprise how he carries himself. His positive attitude, ferocious determination, and caring for his teammates are truly infectious. Corey was the kind of player who never took a play off, and his relentless work ethic wouldn't stop once the buzzer ended. During practice and drills, the desire to be better never wavered, much to the benefit of his coaches, teammates, and even his opponents. I can think of no better a quote that personifies Corey's character than the following from John Wooden. What you are as a person is far more important than what you are as a basketball player. It is certainly evident that Corey's parents and family have instilled in him that fact. Corey, please come up to the stage to accept your award.
Good evening. I'm Scott Fine. I'm giving out the award for sportsmanship for girls basketball. I was told to be brief tonight, so I will try to wrap up Teresa Marsh's embodiment of sportsmanship in just 12 small stories. At the start of every season when tryouts begin, I tell the athletes to be selfish. Showcase their talents. Don't worry about what anyone else is doing. Just bring your best. Well, Teresa's best was worrying about everyone else. From every screen she set to every assist she dished out, she was always putting others and her teams before herself. Early this season, we found ourselves with a home game waiting for her opponents to arrive. As her teammates were warming up, I noticed that Teresa was sitting at midcourt. When I approached and asked her what she was doing, she told me she was mentally preparing. She was envisioning what she wanted to do in the game and how she wanted to do it. By the end of the season, the team's love and respect for T was clearly displayed when I walked into the gym to see all the girls sitting center court. Some were sitting quietly, mentally preparing, while some were talking to teammates about strategy. But all the while, Teresa sitting right in the middle of all of them with a huge smile. Finally, in our last game at the Lions Den, it occurred during the playoffs. All the players were on the court warming up and getting ready for the tip. Teresa once again was doing her silent visualization, but this time from the bench. When she finally stood up, it was not to join her teammates. Instead, she walked over to the refs, and without prompting nor checking to see if anyone was watching, she shook their hands. That is the true act of sportsmanship, doing what's right without the need for recognition. Except tonight, I'd like us all to recognize her with the 2015 Sportsmanship in Basketball. Teresa T. Money, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Grieveson.
And I'm Christine Chatinsky.
Together this year, Christine and I had the privilege of coaching a team of vibrant and spirited young women. Tonight we're here to honor one of those outstanding individuals. This award goes to a student who truly fits the definition of a student athlete. Not only is she someone who works hard at practice every day, but she is also someone who takes her schoolwork very seriously. She has managed to balance her rigorous academic schedule with outside-of-school dance programs, all while being an active member of the cheer team for 3 years. We have had the joy of coaching this young woman for the past 2 years, and she has not disappointed us once. She is an amazing role model to our young cheerleaders, and this season she showed them what it means to be a true leader, not just a cheerleader.
While most were adjusting to a new schedule at the start of the school year, this individual took initiative and choreographed a tryout dance in September. We usually sit back and watch in amazement while she shows us a new 8 count that she wants to try for the dance. Yet she never shows up as anything but humble and willing to learn. Her attitude alone is what separates her from the rest of the crowd, always smiling her way through struggles and frustration, and never quitting until she has perfected every move. She also made great efforts to translate this positive energy to her fellow teammates and always encouraged the girls to maintain high spirits. We are so sad to see her go, but so grateful that she was part of the team. And we are so excited for what her future has in store. We are so ecstatic to present this year's Cheerleading Sportsmanship Award to someone who exemplifies what it means to be a star athlete, a classroom role model, and an all-around leader. Congratulations, Olivia Hornet.
I'm Ms. Bracco.
I'm going to be giving out the sportsmanship awards for boys and girls cross country. So I'm going to start with the boys. This gentleman was a great leader for us at practices and at meets, always pushing his teammates to be the best that they could be and wanting to help out the coaches. One quick story about Michael and why he deserves this award. We were at a meet in Howell South. It was our last meet of the season, and Michael was running behind our top runner, so he was in second place. Our top runner ended up going down with an ankle injury, and instead of continuing on to win the race for himself, Michael stopped to attend to his fallen teammate. The race no longer mattered to him. What mattered to him was his teammate. As he continued on with the race once we got help to the fallen teammate. And we met him at the finish line and just told him what an amazing thing that he did was. What he did was amazing. To stop and help his teammate instead of going on and winning the race for himself. And that's what sportsmanship's all about. He respects the sport, his coaches, and his teammates. So Michael Ackerman, please come up to accept. Okay, and for the girls, this young lady is a great leader for her team. She showed up every day with a smile on her face, injured or not. She always showed support, encouraged her teammates to do their best. She came to every meet, whether she was running or not. She demonstrates the meaning of hard work, dedication, and what it is to be a teammate. I have had the pleasure of coaching her for the last 3 years, and I am giving this award to Melissa Interming.
This year's sportsmanship honoree for girls soccer is awarded to an incredible student athlete who is a role model to her peers both on and off the soccer field. Her dedication to the team and passion for the sport was demonstrated at every practice and game. A coach's dream, this year's award winner always gave her best effort, taking pride in her successes and learning from her mistakes. Constantly trying to improve, her determination inspired her teammates to play to the best of their abilities. It has been an honor to be her coach for the past few years and to watch her grow into an amazing young woman. This year's Sportsmanship Award for girls soccer goes to Jamie Zorn.
Good evening, my name is Mike Macedas. I'm the 8th grade boys soccer coach here. Tonight I'm here to obviously present the Sportsman's Award for soccer. When I thought about this tonight, I had a unique opportunity. Like Coach Pagliaro had the Rosenthal family, I have the Hickey family. This is the 4th and final Hickey, unless there's something else I don't know about. But it has been a unique opportunity to have the pleasure, it was amazing to meet this family and all of their children. Kevin, my first time I ever met Kevin, he was playing with bugs at a soccer game, and a very young man he was. That's what's great about being in a community like this. You get to see so many people and you're here so long that you see siblings come through. But when I start seeing these students have children, then that's a major problem. But anyway, when I thought of sportsmanship, I thought of Kevin and, making the transition from 5th grade into middle school. That's what I think back, and trying out for the team. It's very difficult to make a team here. It didn't work out for him then, but he came back in the 7th grade and the 8th grade, made the team. And sportsmanship is about really being a great teammate, dedicated to the sport that you're playing, and fulfilling your role. And I thought Kevin fulfilled his role, did whatever he was asked to do anytime. He wasn't very vocal. He's not a very vocal guy here, but you know, he led by example, and his demeanor was always positive. And it was a pleasure to have Kevin on the team, and he means more than he meant so much more to the team than he thinks, and he's beyond his years. And I wish him the best of luck, and I hope to see him at the next level. Congratulations, Kevin Hickey.
Hi, my name is Jen Burzy. I'm one of the softball coaches here, and on behalf of myself and Justin Harpoolian, we are here to award a wonderful young woman with the most incredible award that we could possibly give to an athlete. Charlie has been a tremendous asset to our Memorial community, and Coach Harpoolian and I have had the privilege of watching her grow over the course of her 3 years here. She has not only been a member of the softball team, she has also played a huge role on the basketball team and the cross-country team. Charlie exemplifies the true meaning of the term team player. When we were in a huge pinch this year trying to find a catcher, Coach H and I myself said, who could we trust behind the plate? And one name came to us instantly, and we both said, Charlie, literally almost at the same time. In spite of the fact that Charlie had never really played the catcher position before, and she didn't really know much about what that position entailed, she said, sure, without any hesitation. She stepped up to support her coaches and team, just as she has done time and time again over the past 3 years. I found a quote from John Quincy Adams, and it shows what Charlie is all about. It says, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Charlie made sure that every time she was on the track, court, or field, she inspired her team to perform the best that they possibly could. She displayed positivity and sportsmanship every time she played. She showed kindness and patience to those who needed help and assistance. And most importantly, she exemplified determination and heart each and every time she took the field. Charlie set the standards incredibly high for the next group of leaders here at Memorial. She is an exceptional role model for her teammates, and one who will truly be missed, not only by the softball team, but the entire school. Please come up and accept your award.
This year's Sportsmanship Award for tennis recognizes 2 athletes who are extremely hardworking individuals and tremendous teammates. They both consistently exhibit qualities highly regarded in sport, such as fairness and modesty. Humble, these athletes led by example, always put forth their best effort, and greatly contributed to the team's success. This year's Sportsmanship Awards for tennis go to Emily Liu and Nalan Garcia.
Mr. Fine back again. I'm here to present the track awards with Mr. Osborne and Mr. Schuyler. First, for the boys award. If we were giving out an award for All-Star Athletic Award, it would probably be presented to James Rapley. This season, he smashed the school's high jump record by jumping 5 feet 6 inches, 4 inches higher than the old record. However, athleticism does not equal sportsmanship. Luckily for James, the following scenario does. You see, this year, when he broke the record, every athlete from all the schools that were present gathered around hoping to see his success. No one wanted to leave that day until he was done jumping, a reflection of the sportsmanship he had shown all of them all season long.
When this record was broken, teammates and opponents alike celebrated for James. It was a huge athletic accomplishment. We would like all of us now to celebrate the Sportsmanship Award, and the winner of the 2015 Track Award goes to James Rapley. Ironically, both of our athletes are field athletes, so I don't know if that's Ed or the program. We'll have to get that next year, Mr. Burse. For the past 3 years, Deanna Anselo has started off practice with the following 4 words: "Are we jumping today?" In the beginning, we thought it was because she either really loves to jump or that she didn't want to condition by running. However, it became very clear that she enjoyed her event, and more so, that she wanted to teach her peers how to do the craft that she had come to love.
While many people would have stopped at one area of expertise, Dee carried her enthusiasm and positive attitude over to the running events, where she was a common fixture in the 100-meter and 4x100-meter relay teams. The winner of the 2015 Girls Track and Field Sportsmanship Award is Deanna Anselo.
So the award that we've been waiting for a while, the 2014-2015 Sportsmanship Award for Wrestling. My name is Mr. Morris, Ryan Morris. I coach the wrestling team, and I also teach 7th grade social studies, where I actually had the pleasure to meet my wrestler for the first time last year in my class. When he found out that I was the wrestling coach, he approached me right after class and immediately started talking about wrestling, where I learned most of the sport right away. Tyler is extremely enthusiastic about the sport. He's extremely enthusiastic about everything. His grades are very important to him. His mother will contest to that, and she'll let me know when they're not. But it's really important because Tyler is at practice every day. He's setting up the mats every day. He's the first one there, the last one to leave, and all of his teammates look up to him. Even Eden, who's 6'2". The one story that really made me feel like Tyler deserved this the best was, unfortunately, Tyler faced an injury to his spine prior to the season-ending tournament, and that kind of knocked him out. And he's been looking forward to this tournament for about 1.5 years, so he was pretty distraught about it. But the coolest thing ever, he could have skipped out, stayed home, slept in, but Tyler was there for weigh-ins, which is 1.5 hours before the match even started, and he was there through the whole tournament to support every single one of his teammates. So I feel like that was by far the most touching, not only to me, but the rest of the team and the rest of the team's family as well. So the 2014-2015 Sportsmanship Award for Wrestling goes to Tyler Perlow.
Now to present the Monmouth County Fair Housing Poster Contest in 8th grade t-shirt design, Mrs. Hicks.
Hello, I'm Janina West. This is Mrs. Cynthia Hicks, and together we have 2 art awards to present tonight. The first award is for the Monmouth County Fair Housing Poster Contest. The Fair Housing Office is a section of the Monmouth County Division of Planning that works to educate residents about diversity and eradicate discrimination in housing. Each year they hold a poster contest in order to further promote the importance of fair housing. The contest is open to all 6th graders in Monmouth County. Grand prize winners received a check for $400. First prize winners received a check for $200. Honorable mention winners received a check for $100. In addition, all winning artwork will be featured in next year's 2016 Fair Housing Calendar. This year we are fortunate enough to have 5 winners for Memorial out of hundreds of entries. Starting with my class, an honorable mention goes to Suhani Balachandran. In addition, we had 2 first place winners from my class. The first winner was Gori Lahodi. And Safa Sheikh was also a first place winner.
Went to Hannah Oxbush-Lamar. The grand prize winner, and his artwork will be on the front of the calendar, goes to Roy Chen. Every year, the 8th grade students are asked to draw a t-shirt logo for the school. And that picture will be on every t-shirt in the graduating class. And it's quite a competition. We had an awful time. I shouldn't say awful time. We had a tough time figuring out who would win this. And then we sent our winners to Mr. Pacifico, and he had to choose out of over a dozen. Just beautiful, beautiful work. Our children rock. They really do. In the art world, they're the best. Grand prize winner is Paris Yee. We're the last on the list.
Okay, that concludes our award ceremony for this evening. I'd like to thank Daniel Levitt for being a great host and MC. One more round of applause for all our award winners. We're all very proud of you, and we wish you all the best. To all our 8th graders, it's been a great 3 years. Have a good night.
Public session. I want to make a quick announcement. I want to inform the board and the public that I received an email today from the New Jersey school boards that when they sent us our school board evaluation that we received online, they had some computer problems with data errors. They actually sent us the data from last year. So they're going to be resending us the data this Friday to the board office. So the board members will be discussing again on the 23rd. Board members have a chance to see the actual data. I want to make the public aware of that. Aware of that. So this Friday coming up, hopefully the board packet will be buying correct data from the board evaluation. Review it again. Familiarize yourself with it. If you have any questions, we'll discuss it on the 23rd. With that, I'll open up public session. Open to any item from the public. Please, I ask that you limit to 5 minutes your speech for the public. And at this time, we will publish address the board. Please come forward. Yeah. Is the name and address on the microphone? Don't you know we have to look for it somewhere?
I have it. Yes, I did.
Sir.
Hello. Hi, my name is James Strafossi at 25 Canadian Woods Road in Marlborough. So, I'd like to thank the board for everything you do. It's a difficult job for all volunteers. Dr. Hibbs, I know he has a challenging job as well as superintendent. So I'm
Just back up
a little bit. So I'm here basically because I have some concerns with the new placement criteria that's being used for Marlborough, the placement into C level and potentially honors classes starting in 4th grade. So I listened to the meeting from last week, I believe it was, and there were a couple things I heard that I was a little concerned about. So I definitely wanted to speak and make some comments about placement criteria. So first off, Mr. Malone mentioned that the CTP4s went away and were replaced with the COGAT achievement or the COGAT tests as an apples-to-apples replacement. And when I heard that, I was a little concerned because the COGAT is definitely not an achievement test, and nobody thinks that it is, or should think that it is. Whereas the CTP4s were an achievement test, and for curriculum placement into C-level classes, you really should have an achievement test as your driving factor, one of the driving factors in the criteria. So, I'm not sure how the genesis of that criteria came about as far as using the COGAT in place of the CTP4 as an apples-to-apples swap. But based on everything I've seen, that's not really the way the COGAT was intended to be used, especially the individual battery scores which have less of a correlation to some of the achievement tests. So again, that's a little concerning because that's what's being used to segregate our children into different tracks that can have effects later on. So one of the things that the makers of the COGAT say is that there should be an achievement test used in conjunction with, if you're going to use the COGAT for some type of placement, you should have an achievement test, standardized achievement tests, such as Iowa test, California achievement test, NJ-ASK was another example that's been used in the past, and teacher input to get a whole picture of the student, to get an idea of really what that student is about, what they're capable of, can they be placed into, or should they be placed into certain tracks. So, I guess one of the questions I would have to the administration is when these new criteria were being put together for placement, were there consultations with psychologists? Were there consultations with educators in the field as far as here's what we're doing, here's how we're changing the criteria, and is this going to accurately reflect the student's strengths and weaknesses and whether they should be placed into different tracks starting in 4th grade? So I'm not sure the answer to that is, but that's one of the questions I had. So another concern that I had from last week's meeting was Mr. Malone mentioned that the COGAT is used for gifted and talented placement, which it is. That is one of the designs of the test. But C-level has never been thought of as a gifted curriculum. It's not gifted. It's a year ahead of chronological grade. So that's never been considered a gifted concept. Honors in middle school, which is 2 grades ahead, maybe that could sort of fall into the realm of gifted to some extent. But in 4th and 5th grade, there's the REACH program, which is essentially the gifted and talented analog. So the COGAT may be used for that. So having our kids subject to scoring that, or a test that's scored that isn't best, or the best reflection of achievement is a little concerning. And you know, I think that's something that should be looked at and revised. So I guess, since we're running out of time, a big question I have is there any other district in Monmouth County that has the kind of criteria that we're in Marlboro having our kids go through for 4th grade placement, 5th grade placement, where there's the COGAT and there's multiple criteria that all have to be met, and this, and that, and this, and that, including the COGAT. I'm concerned because if we're the only district that has that, and we're in a regional district that has feeder schools going into other things, we're putting our kids at a disadvantage. So that's
what we normally do is respond to everybody at the end of the conversation. Thank you, sir. Is he just signed the football? He did? Thank you. Anyone else in the public who suggest the board on any items?
I know it's a late night, and thank you so much, really, because you're volunteers, and I watch the videos a lot, and you get a lot of abuse. It's a shame. And Ms. Dr. has a long commute home, so thank you.
Oh, I don't know, it's okay.
Again, common placement criteria concerns. I kind of have a unique perspective. I have 4 kids. I have an 8th grader, in 2 honors classes, and she's in honors language arts, honors social studies, and C-level math. 7th grader, same thing. And I have a 3rd grader who's in PEP, and I have a 4-year-old son. So I really try to follow things because, you know, I've had the experience of watching my older 2 go through Marlboro, and they've had such great experiences with wonderful teachers at Duke and at the old middle school. And At the risk of boasting, my 8th grade student got accepted in communications, and she also got accepted into humanities and into the global studies program. And being a type A person, I saved all her standardized data over the years. So I was looking at the new placement criteria. And even though, actually Maria got a little shout out on the agenda last week for making nationals for NHD, and we'll be going to University of Maryland, and thank you for paying for advisors to go, by the way, she wouldn't be where she is now with the new criteria. Mrs. Sakuraki has told me that she's a gifted writer. She's considered by many of her peers the smartest kid in her class. She wouldn't be in honors now. If she were in 3rd grade now, she wouldn't, there's no way. There's no way. I'm not even sure she'd be in C level. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a nonverbal criteria now for the honors classes. And that's a battery. With the COGAT, as James mentioned, it really should be used as a composite score. If you look at the studies that Dr. David Lohman, who wrote the COGAT, his own studies say that you really shouldn't look at it, the batteries individually. It should be used as a composite score for gifted and talented placement, along with an achievement test, which the CTP4 was, and now we no longer have. But my concern is that because the COGAT has been cannibalized, if you will, there's kids like my Maria, who are in 3rd grade right now, that might be able, with the old criteria, to apply to the Freehold regional schools, and they may not. We're not going to see those numbers come down the pike for a few years yet. And what happens if those numbers drop? And all of a sudden, those kids, we're known as having this record number of kids get into these schools, and that's fantastic. But with this new criteria, we may not have those numbers. It might be Manalapan. It might be Freehold Township. There's a student right now who's going to biotech from the middle school, considered by all his peers and his teacher, brightest kid in honors math. Guess what? Wouldn't be honors math with the new criteria. So I'm just begging you to, I know with Common Core, they say, take a close read. I'm asking the board to please take a close read, because we can't go back in time. If you're a manufacturing company and there's a mistake on a circuit board, it's a tiny mistake, you can throw out the whole lot and start again. What do we say to these 4th graders, for example, that have been shut out from C level, and they're in B level right now? And we decide 4 years after these kids can't even take the exam for some of the Freehold regional courses, you know what? We're sorry. They're not circuit boards. We can't just go back and start from scratch. What happens if our property values start to drop? Because I know when I came here, my realtor, who's a Knight of Tarot Corps, told me, what's the most important criteria for you for moving to this area? And I said education, absolutely. And she said, okay, Marlboro's known, our education's the best, our kids get into these schools. What are the realtors going to start saying in a couple of years? Go to Manalapan, because you'll still have a great chance, you'll still have those opportunities, but their criteria is, what I would say, is more reasonable than what the new criteria, the new criteria state. So I understand that everyone here is on the same page. We all want what's best for our children. We all want the best education for the kids in our community. So that's why I'm asking you, please, take a close read. Because if you look, you'll see, run the data. Run the new criteria data against the kids that are in the older grades, in those honors kids. Please, look at the data, run it against those kids, because you will find they wouldn't be where they're at. They wouldn't. I've talked to a lot of honors moms. We're all looking. Our kids they just wouldn't be where they're at, and it's just a shame. It would be tragic. If there's a kid right now who's in 3rd grade or stuck in a 4th grade class that really should be in med-sci in a few years, or a CHS or a NAST, and they're not going to be, because we made a bad decision that we changed it. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's look over the suggested board any other.
I just wanted to speak about the placement as well. I don't have an older child yet. My oldest is 3rd, going into 4th grade. And she does really well in school. We all moved here for I'm originally from Pennsylvania. I think our schools are phenomenal. So, blessed to be able to be here and be in this town and be a part of it. But I have a child that falls into that caliber where they have amazing test scores. Everything is great across the board, but on the COAC, it's where it appears to be, you never think you're going to have that kid that's going to be borderline. And you look at, she comes home from school and she's like, Mommy, I just don't feel like it's too easy, going flying through homework, stuff like that. But when it comes to the CODAC, they meet all those other calibers, the grades, the assessments, all those other things, except for something that's more of an IQ test, yet they're trying to achieve at a higher level. And they, that's hard to take. That's hard to take because you never want to have that kid that's on the borderline and they don't have that opportunity to see exactly what they could be. So just along with Jill and also James, if there's any consideration at all to look at just, look at more of an achievement test, versus what an IQ test is when they're going into C-level would be really ideal. But I want to thank you all for what you do and for what you do for our school system. But I just wanted to say my piece about that. So thank you so much.
Anyone else in the public who suggested more than the end? All right. Seeing none?
Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. So let me first say that one of the things that has come across my plate since I've come here is that we're missing children. And it was very important to me that this was not the case. So I've had more than several conversations with Mr. Malone and Mr. Bowman, Mrs. Vecchio, about not missing children. The reality is, in Marlboro, is that if a child is not qualified or misses qualifications on one of those areas, regardless of what those areas are, COGAT, grades, whatever placement criteria we're discussing, we then do a deep dive on the child, 100%, all of the time. The reality is that no matter what placement criteria you set, a parent could come in and have an issue with one of those placement criteria. So years ago, people could say, my child did not have an inadequate score in the CTP4 and we're missing children. So here's what I pledge on the lives of my children to do. I will ensure that we are not missing children. If we're missing children, I will fix that because that would not be good for our kids. It would not be good for our community. It would not be good for our acceptance rates into the academies or the learning centers. 100%. We're still in the midst of placement season, so I can't even give you the full numbers yet because we don't have those numbers for C-level or for honors. But I'll be happy to be transparent with those numbers. I know a local request came in today, sometime today. We're gonna pull out numbers from I think 9-10 C-level all the way through. So at the end of the day, with the CTP4 having to go away because it not only did it cost about $100,000 and now wasn't aligned to what we needed it for, we needed to have a replacement, so we developed criteria. To your questions, who do we consult with? I have to be honest, I was not here when that placement criteria was developed. So, James, I can't remember if you said psychologists. And I'd be happy to ask Mr. Malone how that transpired and be able to come back and give you an answer. Sure, no, I wasn't here when that ship that I was coming on board. And the other one is there any other district that has our exact criteria in New Jersey? I have to be honest, I don't know that answer. I'm sure some share our criteria, but I'll be happy to do a deeper dive into that for you. So those two things, yeah, I can't give you specific answers, but I'm happy to look into it. I want you to know that I appreciate your dedication and your fervor for your kids. We had a great meeting. I hope you left that meeting thinking that I listened to you and I heard you and I respected you, which I do, and all of you. So what I will do is that I will sit through the information with a reflective eye, and if we need to make changes, I will 100% make changes to placement. for the betterment of our kids.
Sure. And after this, we'll report back to the board on a regular basis on deep dives that we're doing, and the board will, as you said, take a close look at this recommendation.
And then what we'll even do is, because I have received this request, this concern about C-level classes or numbers dropping, I'll be fully transparent with the community and the board about all that. So we'll be happy to send that information.
Thank you, sir. We have two addendums tonight. They're not on tonight's agenda, not drafted in public. Addendum number 1, financial visits. It says 15, but it's really number 1. Typo. Before I read this, do you want to talk about the process? Are we got here?
Yes, we've been doing this. This is our third time doing this.
Okay.
I can't hear you. You gotta speak into it. You can't hear you. That's right. Put it right next to This is the third season we've been doing this. We've done it this year is the third time. 2 years ago and 2 years before that. It's a reverse auction is what it's called for electricity. What we do is we put our needs on, we pool it with the township, and they pull out all the electricity needs for all the township buildings, including all the street lighting, and all of the electricity we need for our buildings. And then it goes up on an auction for 45 minutes. And bidders have to be pre-qualified to participate. This time around, we only had 2 bidders, Constellation and South Jersey Energy. Very interestingly, it's kind of fun to watch how it starts out because they start at a high number, and then right near the end of the auction, all of a sudden they trickle down. The end result is that they were within 1/100 of a cent of each other. That's how close they were. Constellation got the award for both the township and the board of ed. It is 0.8333 per kilowatt hour. That is a savings to us of approximately about $3,500. And it would have been, if you and that's compared to what we're paying now when we did the auction from 2 years ago. If you look, you don't have it, I have to find it. But if you, for the rate for, if you compare it to what you can get out in the open market, it's significant savings of what we saved on this if we were out in the open market with savings. I don't have the paperwork right in front of me, but we made significant savings. So every year we've done this. The first year we saved the largest amount of money 6 years ago, and now we're still saving some money.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. So we have financial business, we have one resolution. John, can I read this?
Financial and Business Operations Matters. The Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolution for approval. Cooperative Pricing Joint Purchasing System Award Contract for Electricity Procurement. I so move.
Thank you, John. Second by Victoria. Discussion on financial business.
Just a quick question. What, you said 3,500 a week, a month, a year?
No, annually.
Really?
Because
I would have thought it would be significantly higher.
Well, no, it's because we've gotten the lowest price 2 years ago. Now, if we could have gone legally, we can't go 3 years. That was another drop, but I can only award it for 2 years legally. So.
Anybody else financial business? Cindy, please call the roll.
Mrs. Penny. I'm sorry. Mrs. Cabot.
Yes.
Mrs. Luberdell. Yes. Mr. Marshall.
Yes. Sorry.
Mrs. Walters.
Yes.
Mrs. Rosenwald.
Yes.
Mrs. Dean. Yeah. Mr. Dwyer.
Yes.
Mr. Polonsky.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another, sadly, another personnel matters. Fred, my reading.
For personnel matters, the superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. Resignation. I So moved. Thank you.
Great, second by John. Discussion on personal matters, besides the prior visit.
I'm going to say no. Raspberry for suspension.
You should be happy. Mr. Vaughn is going to go be a superintendent in the Springfield School District. He's going to do an amazing job and be great for kids. So this is our first, at least under my watch, the first person to become the superintendent. Craig knows what he's in for. But his ride will be a lot less, as it's 10 minutes from his house. So he'll do a great job. We've been lucky to have Craig for the past almost 2 years.
Absolutely, Craig. Wish you the best. You're a very great guy. You made us better when you came, and you'll make that district better when you go there, I'm sure. But I'm sad. I'm disappointed, sad, and very happy. We'll be around the place, but get on.
Nobody to pick on. It's like Ralph is again.
That's true. Any further discussion on this then? Cindy, please call the roll.
Mrs. Matos. Mrs. Rosenwald.
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer.
Sadly, yes.
Mrs. Eddy.
Yes.
Mrs. Cow.
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Riddell.
Yes.
Mrs. Dean.
Yes.
Mr. Marshall.
Reluctantly, yes.
Mr. Walensky.
That's sadly good luck again, yes. Okay. That will now bring us to policy development and community relations matters. We have some policies on second reading. Debbie, my reading, please.
Policy Development and Community Relations Matters. Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolution for approval. 1, second readings, bylaw 134, bylaw 152, policy 2622, policy 5200, regulation 5200, as so.
Thank you, Debbie, seconded by Jim. Thank you. You want to take any straight notice there, or did I have questions? Fine.
I'm just going to go down the list. So, the 151. 152. I'm sorry, 152, I apologize. I wasn't here when these were first reading, so I'm just going to go down the list of my things with them. I don't have a problem with the 4-year term limits being taken out, but I don't understand how this can go back up for a second reading and not go back for a first reading, because I would consider that a substantial change in the policy. And on that it should be a first reading, then even because it is a substantial change in the policy. You're changing it substantially with the act of that line being changed in it.
It's perfectly permissible to have changes, even material changes between a first reading and a second reading. It doesn't require us to send every policy that changes back again for another first reading. First reading, changes, whatever the case may be, and then you can bring it up for a second reading. We're doing it again here tonight. The board either accepts those changes and adopts it, or decides that further amendments, modifications, whatever are necessary, and it doesn't adopt it. So it's up to the board tonight whether it's satisfied with the changes that were made after the first reading and will be put up for a vote. So you don't always have to send it back for another first reading if there's changes, even if they're material changes, in my opinion.
But when you make substantial changes in a policy, it should always go back for a first reading.
I respectfully don't agree with that. I don't think it has to go back for a first reading. This has been adopted. It's been on the first reading's been out there for how long now? At least several weeks at this point. So people have had time to study it, analyze it, think about it, and so forth.
This is the first time that it's been public to see
The board amended it after the first reading.
But they
It's been
haven't.
advertised, correct me if I'm wrong. Everybody's been aware of it, and now it's up for the second reading, and I think it's legally permissible to do it that way.
Any other questions?
I know school boards disagrees with you. Legal and school boards totally disagrees with you. Because their concept is when you make a substantial change, then it should go back always, even if it's an outside of portion, you should always go back for a first reading on it.
I don't see what the point of that is, to be honest with you. If we have a first reading, and we have changes, why do we have to send it back for another first reading? It's being read twice, it's being vetted twice, it's being discussed twice. I think that's duplicative work. And I don't think Strauss-Esme would agree that every time we make a change to a policy, it's got to go back again for another first reading. Otherwise, these policies would never move along.
Any other policies, ma'am?
5,200. We've just added back in everything that we pay a company for, Strauss-Esme. We're paying Strauss-Esme, which is a think tank of attorneys, to work on policies that look at every one of these policies, and they have recommended that they remove a whole section of a part of this policy from page 1 deep into page 2, which is redundant to the regulation, which is the purview of the superintendent, and all it needs is a hyperlink into the regulation, where it says that students shall be subjected to the it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th paragraph, where it talks about in the last line, where it talks NJAS, AC, and then it goes into and regulation 5200. All you have to do is hyperlink it.
You're saying it's duplicative of the regulation?
Yes, and all you have to do is hyperlink it for the parents to connect it to the regulation. So you don't need to have it within the policy. The policies are supposed to be streamlined. We're not supposed to be redundant into the regulation, because then we're almost putting ourselves in jeopardy. We're stepping on the toes of the administration and not allowing them to then change regulation as they need to. By putting it in policy, we're then tying the hands of the administration, because then they can't change regulation as needed. Because we've now put it in regulation and made it concrete. They then can't change regulation. But if we hyperlink the words regulation 5200, then the parents can then just jump to the regulation. And then we have now not tied the hands of the administration, and they can change the regulation as they see fit. We, as a board, are not supposed to involve ourselves in regulation. That is not our job. That's the job of the administration. The administration up to now has allowed us to give him input into regulation, because we have been changing the policy manual. We have embarked 2 years ago on changing the policy manual, and the superintendent said to us, let us help him, because it was a big job, and he wanted us to be able to read the policy manual in total, so that we would familiarize ourselves with it, and so that we would be a part of the change in the policy manual. Up to now, he has given us the opportunity to give him input into it. And he has been kind enough to allow us to do it. We have been overstepping our boundaries to do that, up to now. That is not our job. That is the administration's job.
Some boards vote on regulations and some don't. So I guess this board has at some point in time decided that you guys want to vote on these regulations. I happen to agree with you. I think regulations are more administrative in nature, i.e. how are we going to carry out the general framework of a policy, which is supposed to be kind of the bricks and mortar. The regulations are supposed to be the granular aspects of that policy. So I don't know this particular policy, I haven't studied it, but if you're saying there's a lot of duplication in the policy which is already contained in the regulation, I would agree it's not necessary to have it in the regulation, I'm sorry, in the policy. If it's already codified in the regulation, just link to it, and that's a good suggestion.
This is duplicating exactly word for word what is in the regulation regs. It's duplicating. And I think it's really tying the hands of the administration by having it here. It doesn't allow them to do, and just as a bit of information, we did not do regulations until we did the policy manual. Until this change, this board did not get involved in any regulations, and very rarely got involved in policy until we did the policy manual. It was a rare instance that we really got involved in the policy.
Maybe you want to send it back to the policy committee to take a look at
I'm sorry, Mark.
I apologize.
But I think that this has to come from a majority of the board seats.
What I was going to suggest is that Mr. Malonsky perhaps send the issue of regulations back to the policy committee for further study and analysis to decide whether you guys want to be involved.
Well, I'd like to comment then on
in the regulations.
for Michael Close. I don't have the old one in front of me, maybe Mr. Vaughn does. But as if I remember correctly, at the public meeting that we discussed this at, it was only to be able to guide the parents. So it's not, not duplicate. So we're more transparent as far as we're saying.
There was a concern that parents might not go to the regulation. And if they did go to the regulation, they might not understand what constitutes the student absence for the student.
Correct. So we were saying just to put the main items on there, because this is not by any means a duplication of what we had before. The other one, excuse me. The other one stated everything. There were a lot of cross-outs. And the only thing that you had put in, and I'm not specifying because I don't remember, and I don't remember what the original date was. The only thing that you put in was just a general blanket statement of, this is what your absences are, and this is what your regulation is. And as far as the hyperlink, I'm not against the hyperlink being added, but in your semi-presentation of, sorry, too soon, of our policies, there is a link right under policy, right to the regulation.
Yeah,
So, no, I would prefer not to go back to first read. I want to move on and get more policies to discuss. Thank you.
Discuss this further up. The comment from the board.
Mark, what do you suggest? I would refer to Mr. Zuba's comments since it's here.
I personally think the board should focus its efforts on the policies. I think it's a lot of extra work that's really administrative in nature to deal with the regulations. That's my personal opinion. Like I said before, I've got districts that I represent that do it every which way you can think of. Some do both, some do just a first reading on regulations and not a second. So there's really no right or wrong answer. My preference is for the board to focus on the policies and let the administration deal with the regulations.
The policy we're talking about is policy. The policy.
Was that your question? Yeah. In terms of this particular policy, I have to really take a good look at it. If what's in the policy duplicates the regulation, I'm not a big fan of duplication. I think we should just simply cross-reference the regulation, which actually, looking at the first page, it seems to do anyway, because it does refer to Regulation 5200 on the first page. So people reading the policy are going to know that we do have a regulation that gets into probably a lot more detail about what this policy spells out. So if there's duplication, if you want to take it out, I'm not against that at all. But again, I haven't studied this particular policy, so I'm speaking kind of off the cuff.
Well, we got here because we should look at the answer to go back.
So it could be a reference, maybe, too.
So,
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it the way it is. I'm okay with it the way it is. It's basically guides the parents where to go. I'm okay with this. I want to move forward.
If somebody move it, second it, we'll vote.
Okay. So, did it?
Yes.
Hold on one second. The same thing goes with 2622. We're adding back in items that were taken out again by Strauss Esme for the same reason. We're putting things back in that are duplications that are in red, that are I feel, that are redundant to regulation.
Okay, what was that back in 2622?
I have it here. It's each pupil shall be assessed upon entrance and into the district schools, and annually thereafter, the annual assessments shall be used to identify pupils not meeting district proficiency levels. These are things that are in the red. So it's language that should be in your red that you should be that you should decide on. The superintendent and or designee shall develop procedures to implement the program. These are all things that are languages that were taken out of Strauss because policy should be streamlined and should be not detailed in that manner because they should be detailed in the red. This is the way I was always taught policy development by the New Jersey School Boards Association. And then again, we have identifying and determining needs of gifted and talented students, and we have all this language that was taken out by Strauss for reasons and put into regulations. And as I understand it, the regs weren't even pulled by the committee to read. You know, this is what, and I read the regs. It's in the regs. So I read the regs again and said, we didn't bid it up. So, you know, whatever. So, and then we have regs 5200, attendance. You know, we can have a whole discussion about the fact that I don't believe that at this point, we're at the point where I think that the regulations, again, this board was never involved in regulations prior to the policy manual, and you know, I think that the superintendent did it because he wanted the board to be familiar with what was going on and the act of transparency. This board was never involved in it prior to the transition over to the policy manual. And I think that the superintendent should be dealing with this on its own level, and he should be dealing with this. As far as the code of conduct, there is, I have 5600 there on that page 8. That whole paragraph.
That's the next page.
I'm sorry, first read of 5600. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll hold on to that. So those are the policies that were the second read. Now, and what this board wants to hear tonight, I'll remind this board that I've been doing this for 12 years with policies, and I've been working with Strauss and working with their policies for 12 years. So, I've been reading their policies and their updates for 12 years, you know, so. And I've gone to every class that New Jersey School Boards has had on it. Every class that they had on it. So,
feel it should just be policies and be regs to administration?
In my experience, I think it's preferable to leave the policy making, per the Code of Ethics, it says board members are responsible for policy making, and I think the regulation should be left to administration because they get much more granular as to what the policy is about and how it gets implemented. So to me, that's more administrative in nature. But again, I think it's something you should send back to the committee, because I don't think it's something you're going to be able to decide tonight sitting here at this dais.
Well, I think you should take it back to the committee with Mr. Vaughn. Unfortunately, it's sad leaving us. I'm going to jump back into policy as the Craig's level for a little bit. So I think we have to convene a policy committee and let's take the concept of the regs, left the administration back, and we'll have a hard discussion about it.
And you might want to talk to Strauss Esme, find out what the majority of boards in the state are doing. You find that every district in New Jersey or the vast majority are doing the regs too, and they feel that that's good practice. You know, that might be good guidance for you. If they find that it's 50-50, you might want to determine what works for you. And I think you want to find out what your input is as an administrator.
Why don't you also look at what the 8, 7, the other 7 districts are doing? And we know that Fremont Regional does the policies are done by the board and the regs are done by the administration.
All right, so I got sending to Mr. Vaughn, you're on Strauss tomorrow. So.
Anybody else in policy building?
Quick question. I'm just confused because I thought some of the things that we added in at the last board meeting, I thought some of it was just some clarification so that people could. It was just clarification. It wasn't like changing things or anything like that. It was just adding clarification, some definitions. It wasn't changing the whole thing and going back. It was a small thing. And I can't pull anything. My thing is
The point is that I'm just trying to make a point that clarify it here and repeat the clarification.
Right, but
we wanted to.
Right, but what we were saying was that some people may not. The reason they brought it up was that they said that some people may not have, that they felt that it should just be right there, and the clarification instead of the next one, having the very long. So that, I just want to make sure that I understood why we did that, and we could discuss whether or not it's the right thing to do at another time, but that was why we had done that at the last meeting. That was why it was done. It wasn't to change anything, it was just clarification.
Okay, Dara, but the part of the problem with doing that is, so let me maybe solve you just that, is the fact that by doing that, when you put those definitions from the regulation into policy, you tie the hands of the administration, because once it's in policy, the administration cannot on the fly, so to speak, change their regulation without changing the policy. They have to come to the board to change the policy.
Quite great. The other thing that I think we need mindful as a committee as well, Strauss is a very intelligent governing body in policy. So I think we just have to be mindful about how we add and what we add, because they've already done this legwork across the entire state. Yes. And the other thing too is that, you know, and I absolutely love Mark. He's a fine individual, but you're paying Strauss, like Mrs. Roosevelt said, and then you're going to pay Mark to look at policy as well. You have to think tank already doing your. I think you should go back to the policy committee and let's kick some tires on.
So, on the second meeting, Joe?
No, going forward.
Going forward, we're good.
Well, I think the ones that duplicate, I think you have to think about until you, those I think you should wait and see to make a decision on.
Anybody else in favor of going in?
Can you pull up the two?
I think you should.
Can you pull up the 5226.2?
I have to make a motion, and I have to make a motion.
Hold on. Mr. Vaughn, is there any extenuating circumstances by pulling either of those in this moment that sort of they can both be held?
Right, so I need someone to make a motion, then I'll call the vote.
I'll
Which
make
policy,
it.
Mike?
Wait a minute, which 52? 5200 and... 5200, and which was yellow? 5200, which was yellow? And 2622.
So Bonnie, you have to make a clear motion to pull 5200.
5200 and 2622.
Policy 5200 and policy 2622. Anybody second Bonnie's motion?
John.
Second. Okay, seconded by John. Fine. Is there any further discussion on Bonnie? Any discussion on Bonnie? Oh, that's it? Okay. Cindy, please call the roll.
I just want to clarify, you're pulling just the policy, you're pulling the policy and regulation?
Policy and regulation 5200 and policy 2622.
For further discussion.
Right. Thank you, Cindy.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Yes.
Mrs. Dean?
No.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Ennie?
No to 62, 20, 26, 22, and, yes to 5200.
Mrs. Cow?
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Rudell?
Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
No.
Mrs. Matos?
No.
Mr. Lewinsky?
No.
Okay, 5622 does not get pulled.
Say again?
2622 does not get pulled. Guys,
Another one.
the other one does.
5200 got pulled?
Okay. I call the roll. So I'm going to send you to call the roll in your meeting.
Starting. Mrs. Dean?
How do I vote for this? I mean, just one, it's pulled, so I can say yes, right? Everything else?
It's all of them, including 2622.
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer?
Please clarify, which one am I saying yea or nay to?
5200 stayed.
5200 was stayed.
It's no longer up for a vote right now.
So is it everything else?
The first three, John.
So it's 134, 152, and
2622.
Correct.
Yes, 134, 152, but I said no to 2622, so I'm staying. Yes to the two others.
Mrs. Ennie?
It voted yes to the first three. Yeah, so yes to the first three.
Mrs. Lou Rudell?
I see yes for the policy and I don't know the
Regulation's not on.
Good reason.
We table that.
Yeah, it's out. Mr. Marshall?
Yes to the three remaining.
Mrs. Matos?
Yes.
Mrs. Cow?
Yes to 134, 152, no to 2622 for the state review.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
I thought we went for all of them.
And Mr. Lewinsky?
Yes. Okay, to page 4, policies going to be recognized. The first readings on two policies. Policy 5600, student discipline code of conduct. Regulation 5600, student discipline code of conduct. What discussion on that?
So I have a question on that. All right, so on page 8, what is the regulation, right?
On the regulation box?
Was it of the regulation or of it was on page 8 of the regulation?
Section H.
Okay, so it was page 8 of the 19 pages of the regulation.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Page 8 of 5600, that's what we're
Pure.
talking about. And it was the wording that Mark put in.
Is that including the non-limited language?
Yeah, the penalty set forth below shall serve
Oh, yes.
as a guideline. The administrator reserves the right to deviate from the penalties based upon the facts and circumstances of each case. Page 8 of 19.
Right, it's PG, but you can't look at it.
And then the H.
Yeah, you gotta go through all the strikes to get the actual page 8 of 19. I know what you're referring to, go ahead.
Okay. You know, yes. Okay. All right. I have a problem with that word for this reason. When Craig and I first sat down and saw this months ago, well, was it 6 months ago?
It was probably October.
And he showed this policy to me, or this regulation to me 6 months ago. And the original thought was that they weren't going to have any discipline in these charts. And I said to Craig, why? And he said, well, because this way the principals have complete leeway in how they're going to discipline children. And I said to him, do you really think that's a good idea? Because my knowledge is that the principals aren't even utilizing the charts now that are there. And he came back to me at the next meeting we had when we were doing policies and regulations, and he said to me, we continued the discussion, and Dr. Gibbs and he talked about it, and they were going to let their administrative think tank tackle it over the summer.
You reached out to the principals on this, right?
Yeah, and you're going to have that little think tank that the administrative group put together. No,
Well, we had that as an idea.
as an idea that you were just that group doing. And my concern is always that, and this was just a discussion, I wasn't doing it, because I'm not involved in this, that the idea was that discipline wouldn't be handed down equally across the two schools to the same types of things, if someone threw a ball at somebody, or if the same types of issues. And when I saw this, I was like, oh, great, they're doing, first offense, second offense, and things are laid out appropriately, and I was very happy to see this. But then, when I got this wording, I was very concerned about it, because then they gave the principals a tremendous amount of leeway to set this chart completely aside. So, with this wording, the way it was more like, well, every circumstance that came in front of the principal, you can have any one of these things be set aside, because every circumstance could be an individual circumstance. You could look at cheating, and it could be an individual circumstance, even though they can have the same similar circumstance come before them, but it could be an individual circumstance. The child might not have breakfast that morning. Well, that could be cheating. That could cause cheating. And maybe he didn't sleep well the night before, and that could cause cheating. And it could be everything could fall under this. And the principal could not follow the chart at all. So why bother having that?
We spoke earlier before about some of the other policies, and I think, to use your words, tying the administration's hands. my concern in the discussion we had at the last policy committee meeting was, I expressed to the committee the fact that I'm not a big fan of these charts which delineate exactly word for word what the penalty will be for each particular offense. And I thought by having some language in there that says this is a guideline, this is a framework, it's just that, it's a guideline, so we are not tying our administration's hands in terms of discipline. I've been doing this 20 years. You know how many times I've been called by attorneys representing students in discipline situations where they will hold up a policy and says, your policy says for a second fighting offense, it should have been a Saturday, but in this particular case, the student got a Saturday and something else. And you speak to the administration and you find out there was something very unique about that particular situation, or the law says we're allowed to consider a child's prior disciplinary record and meting out discipline. So I like the idea of making it clear to any attorney who gets his hands on this policy or her hands on this policy and tries to use it against us to the extent that we don't follow it to the letter of what's here, that again, these are guidelines. I think Dr. Hibbs and the other administrators who were present felt that having that language would give them a little latitude. Are we going to generally follow what's here? Yeah, that's the expectation. But do we want to have a little wiggle room based on extenuating facts and circumstances? Absolutely. And that's what that language does. It prevents us from tying our administration's hands onto discipline in an area where you certainly don't want to tie your administrator's hands.
I think this language is more than wiggle room. I think this language is far more than wiggle room.
I'm just a little confused on Bonnie's last point, that we just pulled the policy and regulation 5200, that you stated that you don't do regs because you consider it micromanaging. And this is a policy and regulation of 5600. So I'm a little confused because I don't want to micromanage. Actually, the committee meeting that we missed, and Dr. Hibbs came in at the last minute, and we were just discussing this with Mark, Dr. Hibbs told us that the administrators and teachers staff got together and they wanted this because what this board had wanted from the beginning were cohesive buildings. And this was a form of doing it. So I just want to let the public know and the rest of the board know I'm not for micromanaging, but the reason why I prefer to sit through the regulations as well is because, you know, we always sit here and say we're transparent, we want to hold people accountable, and that goes for administration as well. So no, we don't sit there and say, you know, what to give the child, 2 days, 4 days, 5 days. That's up to our administrators. And that's what we did during the meeting, just so the rest of the board knows as well.
It was my understanding that this was asked for.
And this is
I my understanding this was asked for.
Talking about the chart itself.
I'm sorry, no, this.
Again, I didn't hear you.
Bonnie, speak in the mic, I can't hear you. Say anything.
Who asked for this language?
We did it in the committee.
Yeah, I recommended it as part of the discussion. Because there was discussion about the chart and whether it was good, bad, or otherwise, and whether it tied our hands too much. I thought by adding that language, it gave us some leeway, depending on the unique facts and circumstances of every particular case. And that's why I wanted to make it clear to anybody out there who's going to perhaps try to use it against us to the extent we didn't follow it to the letter of what's here based on, again, unique facts and circumstances and past discipline and whether the student's classified or not classified and other unique factors, that we would have some ability to deviate. And we wanted to put people on notice that
the chart.
The chart, it gives us much of that. I agree.
I think that language was suggested by me at our last meeting.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Are we sitting for notes for the committee meeting? Who asked what question? I don't understand, because we do the committee meeting so we don't necessarily go over every single line here as the whole board and bring it back and forth. So I don't understand the question. Do you want to know exactly who asked what at the meeting? I didn't take notes. Did you take notes, Mr. Mullen?
Operator said it made a recommendation.
So let's just move
The
forward.
superintendent agrees with the language, and we move forward.
Anybody?
We need a secretary for the committee meetings.
All right. Anybody else on first readings? none, we'll move forward to second. And this, I know, maybe to discuss with the president. Okay. Old business, anybody have any old business?
Yeah, I do. All right. So, I need to start my life because I heard. So, I'm going to review.
Of which part? Letter? Sure.
I'll share with everyone.
I have here. Is that what? I have extras. It's okay. I did 15. You need a letter. I did. I'm going to walk around because I can't feel my knees anymore. So at the last meeting, we had on the agenda a transfer for Chromebook bags. And what we did was that we had a discussion and the board said, Dr. Hibbs, please come back to us with a plan. So I thought long and hard about a plan. I convened our internal tech committee and I want to present to you what I think will be a very workable plan for Chromebooks. This has been a discussion that has really come back around twice. Just a point of reference, very quickly, last year we did a survey. It was roughly 60-40. 60% of our community wanted the Chromebooks to go home in the home setting. 40% did not, which presented a problem for us. So this year, as we've begun to discuss the Chromebooks going home, the petition started on change.org about why they should not. So what I'm going to present to you is what I think is a great plan. I think we have to be responsive to our community because our community is actually voicing some concerns, but I think that we can address everyone's concerns by simply doing something very easy. So the long and short, and you have in front of you the letter and you have in front of you the flow chart. Dwyer, look over your hand, your shoulder for a second. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to offer the community a choice. So they're going to either choose, yes, I want the Chromebook to go home, or no, I do not want the Chromebook to go home. Either way, we can manage the plan. If the Chromebooks go into the home setting, it's going to be a $35 fee, which the board committee decided, and that will cover the cost of anything that would break, as long as it was not proven to be negligent that we could ascertain. If Chromebooks actually stay and a parent or guardian decides that they do not want the Chromebooks to be in the home setting, we're going to have a PM homeroom of just a few short minutes at both middle schools. And what will happen is that the students will still carry the Chromebooks with them throughout the day, and they will turn them back in at the PM homeroom. If we operate under this philosophy, what we can do is we can actually be very responsive to our community. Last year, 60% wanted them home, and I'm going to guess the number will probably stay somewhere in that range. And that way, we won't have to encounter a situation where 40% said they didn't want it, and that really made the decision final for the 60% that did want it. So, what's the reality? The reality is, I think members of the board think that there's some great things that could happen by these going home. The reality is that some parents don't want them. for whatever reason. And it doesn't even matter what those reasons are, because those are feelings are valid. But what we can do is, we can develop I think, what is the best plan to be responsive to the community, honor your 60%, or whatever that percentage is that wants to take them home, honor your parents or guardians that don't want them to come home, and we can have a very real process in place that will not be too cumbersome. Last year we talked about having, everything in the library, having kids check in the morning. The PM homeroom, which will really only require a few short minutes, will then allow students to pick them up in the morning and then drop them off at the PM. And I don't know how we can be any more responsive to our community than that. We would still need to purchase bags because they're still going to travel. And in hearing some complaints from the community, the first main one is, I don't want it at home. Well, this is responsive to that. They're not going to have it at home if they don't so desire. The only one of the other arguments that will still remain is, I don't want my child to carry them in the building. The response to that, very respectfully, is in the building we have procedures. Just like you can't say to a child, you're not carrying your math book. It's just the course of doing business. So what we will do, with your permission, is to still purchase the bags because they're going to be needed. Students will carry them in the building if they don't take them home. And if they take them home, they will carry them, and then they will take them home as well. And that way, we'll have been responsive to everybody. So aside from either going on the one end and forcing them home, which, Jill, I think I'd never go home if that happened. I'd never get to my house in Mapleton because I think parents would be very upset. Or on the other end of just simply saying, nope, they're not going home, or we're just going to keep them in the classrooms. I think it's responsive to everybody. So you asked me for a plan. This is the best plan that we can come up with together.
Question?
Sure. Hi.
No, I'm fine. The survey, what do you hope to accomplish with the survey?
Okay, so what the basic plan is going to do, reach over. So what we're going to do is that I'm going to disseminate the letter first. Let me back up, which will discuss the choice, the survey, the cases, the fee, and then parent nights. So we're going to have 2 parent nights, one at both Memorial and then one at Middle, and it's going to be after the information is disseminated about the choice. That way, any parent or guardian who wants to come and ask questions will be happy to field them. After the parent nights, because some people will inevitably be on the fence with this, and they will sway one way or the other. That is our opportunity to let someone or ask any questions, and then they can pick a side of the fence. After that, that survey is going to be what they're going to do. They're either going to, in that moment, they're going to either go home or they're not going to go home.
So the survey is not really a survey, it's
a choice.
It's your
You're
choice.
trying to get the number.
Yep, it's your choice.
I suggest you don't call it a survey.
Well, I mean, it is a survey. You're surveying their needs. You're having them.
You want to know their choice.
Yes, they will have to give a choice, yes.
And then another couple of questions. Sorry. So if they choose one way or another, just off the top of my head, because it says let it go home by June 5th, that's what we'll do.
Yep.
Okay, so let's say they're doing soccer in the fall, and they don't want their children bringing it home during soccer season, but they want to take them home the rest of the year. If that question arises, or I don't know, I would ask that question.
Sure. So could we work around that? We could put a process in place for that, yes. Because, and the exact opposite will happen as well. I'm sure there'll be some children who the decision will be made for them not to take them, and then the decision will be made to take them.
So that PM homeroom will allow the cards, enough opportunity for the cards to charge
Yep.
the whole homeroom.
Yeah, however many students are in the homeroom, we'll have the opportunity to plug them in, and we'll have a check-in process. We know which students take them home and don't in a homeroom because it's a static number of children.
It won't affect busing as far as timing.
No. That's a discussion that came up about busing, and I didn't even allow the discussion to go any further because our buses all stagger and depend upon each other.
Well, I want to thank you, and I appreciate you putting this together.
No problem. Bon?
I have a lot of questions. I keep bringing up the same questions and I still haven't gotten answers, so I'm going to bring them up again.
It's great that you have this plan, and that's great, but I want to know about replacements. I want to know that we have 3 grades of children in 2 schools, and I want to know how we're going to replace the Chromebooks. I want to know what research you've done on percentages of what we're going to replace year to year. We have to have an idea of what's it going to cost the board on a yearly basis to replace these units. We have to know the cost to the taxpayer for replacements, because we have to have a number. We need to know, to John's credit, he brought up about the idea of site licenses for books, because these kids have very heavy backpacks, and now we're going to say to them, okay, so now we have heavy backpacks, we're going to say to you, now carry Chromebooks back and forth to school, and we have sports equipment. Well, I know a friend of mine had a conversation with Rob about sports equipment, which was very concerning to me. And Rob didn't have an answer for the person who had the question for him about the sports equipment. We have parents dropping off sports equipment in schools. We have parents being checked out 9 ways to Sunday when they come in and out of schools to even drop off anything or to come into schools. We have them being checked out with driver's licenses. We have our, whatever that machine is called, a lobby guard. I should know, I was one of the people who checked it out. Lobby guard. But yet, we have parents dropping off these big sports bags in schools, and no one's checking out what's in these sports bags. God knows what they could drop off in the schools with these bags. And we're not checking out the sports bags, but we're checking out parents. Maybe, not all the time. They could drop off the bag, not go through the lobby guard, not have their ID checked, but we're dropping off these big giant sports bags and not checking out the sports bags and what's in these sports bags and dropping them off in the schools. And we're doing all of this, and we're not checking off the, we're not checking, and now we're doing all of this, and we're doing, having these kids schlep these bags back and forth, these heavy backpacks. Because we're talking about all these things that these kids have to carry back and forth to school, and we're talking about the backpacks, and we're talking about all these things with site licenses, and no one's checking out all of these other things that they have to do. But we're worried about that we achieved one-to-one, we did achieve it, and we have a system that's working. We discussed the fact that we had to buy some more Chromebooks to finish the achieving the one-to-one. And what we keep talking about is doing something that the community is not really 100% on board with. That I keep getting phone calls from massive amounts of people, and John sat here and had a whole conversation about it. We have to spend more money on backpacks. We're now saying we're adding an afternoon homeroom. We're making kids carry books that are not in backpacks, that they walk up and down stairs. I don't see this as a plus. And the reason we went to the Chromebooks was because of Google Platform.
Just before we respond, so it's unlike what we do not discuss security in public, so how we do that, not too bad, that's not discussing in public.
Well, sorry, I got carried away.
Not discussing in public.
Okay, so let me respond to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. First thing, I reached out to Ross Casey, Dr. Casey, the superintendent in Freehold. They take home their Chromebooks. In the course of the year plus since they have done this, their replacement costs have not gone anywhere. And I really pushed him on this. I talked to Ross all the time. Really, he said, honestly, the normal things that happen to a Chromebook. And he felt that, and I don't know which one he purchased, but the one they purchased, he said, was not the best purchase. Keys would fall off, things of that nature. But as far as them going home, he's not seeing any cost that he is even remotely concerned about with repairs in the over year plus that they've done this. I also had the same conversation with Hal, and they do MacBooks. So in order for me to say we're going to have to budget $172,672.80 to replace Chromebooks, I can't say that. There is no data that I could possibly even remotely give you. But I did reach out to superintendents and ask, hey, have repair costs, are they of concern? Both of which, and they're very large districts. Hal is bigger than us, Field is smaller than us, at 1,000 each way, but neither one had issues that they were worried about with the repairs. Book bags. At the last meeting, Mr. Dwyer did bring this up. This is going to be an item on my June 10th administrative meeting with my principals to see what we can weed out of the book bags. Can we look at binders, elimination of binders, so that we can go more virtual? So I was 100% responsive to that, and that's something we did bring up at the last board meeting, 100%. Sports equipment, I'm going to skip and we'll table. You're right. The achieving of 1-to-1, right now we're not quite there. So, and the reason why we're not quite there is actually, it's pretty simple. You know, we have Chromebooks in certain places. When students go to the next room, there may or may not be enough in the cart for them. You know, we might look like we have enough, but we don't. So, and that couples into, you know, what are the benefits? Well, at the end of the day, the beauty of Google and Chrome is simply his biggest downfall as well. And what I mean by that is you can log into Chrome from home and you can get your Google Classroom, you can get your Google Drive, but that's not to say that students still can't benefit by bringing a device home. And it is a choice. It really is a choice. In some districts, this is not a discussion or argument. In West Windsor, Plainsboro, they went home, nary a complaint. In Howe, out of all the kids, they had seven parents that did not want the MacBook to go home. It's different in Marlboro, and that's absolutely fine, but we can be responsive to that, and there's still great things that come out of it. If you're asking me, you know, Eric Michael, or what I want for my children, 100%. I'm going to pay the $35. They're going to come home, and Sophie will have a Chromebook that is managed by the school district. She cannot go on inappropriate sites. It's filtered. The apps are on there. She has immediate access to a Google Drive and Google Slides and whatever it may be. So I do think there is a benefit. Is there the benefit of only hitting Classroom and Drive on a Chromebook? No. But that's not the only benefit of having a device. But the beauty of this is that we are going to give parents the option, and they can then choose what is right for their child. And at the end of the day, I don't know how we can be any more responsive than that. I don't. And I think it's a good idea. Replacement, book bags, sports equipment, achieve 1-to-1, Google platform.
Correct. Yeah, I think we've gone on way too many tangents here. My understanding from the last meeting was you were asked to come up with a plan, which I think very succinctly and effectively you did. So my question now is, are we supposed to vote on this as a go forward? And what do we do with this now? Do we agree or disagree with this plan?
I mean, I was asked for a plan. So really, just like when we sit here with full day K, there's only certain ways to go. It's either they stay, we force them home, or you meet in the middle. Personally, and I'll close with this, and I'm going to sit down because now my knees hurt from standing up. We are going to have a referendum sometime next year, which we're going to discuss later on. From my point of view, last year, we asked the community their input. 60%, which is the majority, said they wanted to go home. We then looked at the 40, because it was a very big number that said no, and the 40% then swayed to 60. So in reality, we made our community with the 40% upset, because they didn't want them. And then we also overruled the 60, which was the majority. This plan honors both. I don't know how to do it any better.
must have totally misunderstood last week, because
John, can you speak up?
I didn't think we asked for a plan as much as we asked for a survey of the parents before we go out and create more work for the world. Because right now it's work, and again, I support you 100% by way of wanting everybody to take a computer home. Why they're going to do it, I don't likely understand. But we seem to be trying to reinvent the wheel, and people are going to push back on us and say they don't want it, and it's working now. What do we do? Why are we creating more work?
But 60% are going to say they won't.
And we should have made that decision last year. And we're doing it again. I'd like to know, before a full-blown plan was out, exactly, and you said now, how's it work? Before I vote on anything, I'd like to know how many more people are going to jump on board with me. How many of the 40 are going to say, well, this is a good plan, I'll like it. Well, maybe it's going to go 60-40 the other way. Because of this. So I'd like some more information.
As far as I understand it, it's supposed to be right. I mean, the people that don't want to take their...
At the end of the day, Michael, it's costing us time. Because now our kids got to go back to homeroom. It's more work for the teachers, more work for and more time. And before I get into that, I'd like the parents, I thought we were going out to survey the parents. That's my understanding.
I walked away from last week, and especially Deb, I think your exact words were, I want a plan. I'd like a plan. And that's what I did.
Please don't
you're right, it's part of that.
Please don't think I don't want this to happen.
No, John,
I do, but I don't want it to go out willy-nilly again. I don't want it to be, because I gotta be honest with you, I was totally shocked, and I think most of us were, that the community went, 40% of the community said we don't want it.
But if we decide tonight to do the okay plan, then this plan is to educate the community as to why he wants to do it home. This plan is to have 2 nights in school, where it's go home, and doing it right, not willy-nilly, he's doing it the right way.
I just disagree with the fact that now we're going to have it at the end of the day, when kids come back. We're creating more work out of time.
That's right.
That's how I feel. I think if they came back and said, now we're going to 70 or 80-20, and 80% weren't going to take it, and now we're going to deal with 20% of the population in school.
You still have to do the same.
You still have to do the same process. Because my opinion
doesn't matter what the numbers are.
It doesn't. It really does.
You're going to have the whole regardless.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
Dr. Hibbs, so the ones that are taking them home, they don't have to report back to PM homeroom, do they?
Yeah, we really discussed this in depth too with Mrs. Sawaki and Mr. Pacifico. Yeah, I think he really needs to be all or nothing because otherwise it's complete chaos.
So it really doesn't matter what numbers come back to us. If
Does not.
it's 70, 30, 60, 40.
Yes. It needs to be a manageable process. So in which case the PM small would then be a way for teachers simply to check in their phone books of the students that weren't taking the test.
I'm almost afraid to ask. Is this going to be okay with the teachers, the PM classroom, that they will have responsibility? Because you're going to do the schedule.
Let's fall in what teachers work very hard to do right now, because every period they're asked to check in phone books, which they work very hard at executing. And this would still work within the confines of the hours that we have. Responsibilities, so yes.
Okay. They're not going to do it every period, they're going to do it in the morning and the afternoon.
Maybe, yeah, they will not do it every period, sure. They'll still have to monitor phone books and make sure they're being used appropriately, but they're not going to have to check them in and out and count them back into any slots during the day.
Because that took time up. In each classroom, it took time up to issue them out, bring them back in, get the kids on the desk, turn them on.
Yes.
So now it's not going to do that.
Yes, assuming they put them back in every period. Yes, absolutely.
We can still continue discussion, but I'm going to make a motion to follow Dr. Hibbs' plan as stated, and then stated on this piece of paper. And I'll look for a second. Second by Victoria. Further discussion. Okay, Cindy, please call the roll.
I could clarify, what was your motion to accept the plans presented?
Adopt the plan. Proposed by Dr. Hempstead. Yes.
When you look at the plans,
We're not presenting.
That's already here. I have a question on motion. I look at the plans is really great plan because I have to in the school. I do much benefit from the Google account and I monitor them all the time. Just one more minor issue question to you. If the kids will, bring the Google, Chromebook home, they fully have only responsibility for that, which is good for the kids, take the responsibility. But in case for technology-wise, something goes wrong, do we have help desk, kids can bring home, something goes wrong, do we need to call someone, or how that work for this one?
Great question. So the question is, if something goes wrong, what do you do?
Yeah.
So what we'll have is a process that we'll disseminate to the community if something breaks. We have Tom Ennie, who runs our tech team. We will have a way of, we will have a bank of extra Chromebooks. So if there's something wrong with the Chromebook and it stops functioning, we will switch it out the following day, and then we'll fix the Chromebook. So we will try to minimize at all possible break-in service, so that we would have, if there's an issue, we would report immediately, and then instantly we would flip. So at each middle school, we have tech staff that are here that we handle that.
I wasn't sure if that question was directed during the day if there was a problem, but I'm thinking if they've been...
At home, there's not much I can physically do.
Yeah, that's okay, that's what I heard the help desk, I wasn't sure.
For the parents and guardians to reach out and say, here's the issue, and then as soon as there's a guardian on the help desk, we take care of this.
Great, thank you.
Got it.
I have a question, not really for discuss, but I wanted to hear the answer from Dr. Hibbs. Chromebook is a great tool, and I'm so looking forward and hear a lot of good things about it. But I do have a concern that by using those electronic tools, the books, we should be using less textbook. So, are you looking forward that the textbook that we're going to use in the classroom will be reduced? So the textbook the student have to carry will be reduced. And when?
That's okay. Sean, that's a great question. So, in the big picture, what we talked about, what we previously talked about is, children carrying book bags that are so heavy they're hunched over. And I see this with my own daughter, and you lift it, and I feel like I'm lifting weights. So that's something that we agreed to look at as a district at the last meeting, and we're going to talk about it with the academic team once we can. What can we likely load out of the book bag? Will eventually all textbooks be online? That's a great question. It really is. Next year we talked about the science text that we were going to supplement and the curriculum being all online for science. But right now we have a mixture of books that are online and not online. We are not going to be all online in the near future, in the very near future now. Will it all be there at some point? I guess would be yes. It would be. Will that present different arguments? Will that present different discussions? Because that is a very big philosophical change of not holding the book, not being able to physically highlight the book with a pen. Sure, and you're going to have feelings, and education is a business that is all about feelings. So, will that come? Yes, I think it will. How soon? I've lost my crystal ball.
This vote will be strictly for approving this document with the plan.
Go ahead to do the plan.
The plan, to go out to the parents. And when will we get the information back, coming back to the parents?
From the asking. So when you look at that, I think that
June 19th?
Yes. It's, so I get all my copies. Survey. I thought that sending the survey out Friday the 12th and giving parents and guardians till the 19th to give us an answer, and after that I'd be able to communicate it after that because it would tabulate. If we did a Google form or we did something on the website, it would automatically tabulate for us. So really, we almost took a 1-12. So I would have information as of roughly June 19th. And I'd probably have to beat the bushes to get some back, which I had last time.
So then that could be discussed at the June 23rd meeting?
I would think it absolutely could, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, sir.
Do we keep empirical data right now on our Chromebooks as to any failures?
Any failures? Yes. So
Any and every failure on our Chromebooks?
Yes, I would say that we do. Now, what specifically that looks like, Vaughn, I'd have to ask. Tim, can you answer that question? Back there?
Tom would know better.
You have to talk about it. I don't think Tim has the answer. Tim doesn't necessarily, he wouldn't run like Tom would run. So I'd have to get that answer. I'd have to ask Tom what he keeps. But yes, I think if I ask Tom the question of, hey, what's our failure rate? What problems have we experienced? He could probably quantifiably tell me, hey, we've had 37 trackpads, which we quantified. I think we could tell me that. Yes. So I can get that information for you.
And I can see what that looks like.
Dr. Hibbs, when the survey's back, we know what we're going to do, and after you've met with your administration, your principals, to see how you can lighten the load, possibly, of the book bag. With respect to the parents, because I know a lot of moms go out with their sales, they don't wait till 1st of September to go buy their binders. So if you can give them some time, maybe, in August, 1st of August, to let them know what the supply list, if it's going to change, so you don't hear them saying, I went and bought all these binders and I didn't need them. Even though you can return them, I just know a couple of parents have spoken to me, said, please just give us some heads up, and I told them I would ask that.
I would be happy to be thoughtful and try to be very much on the forefront of our minds about being respectful of parents and their time and whatnot.
Anybody else before we go call the vote? Action none, please.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Henning?
Yes.
Mrs. Cow?
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Riddell?
Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Matos?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
I'm abstaining.
Mrs. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Wolanski?
Yes. All business, anyone else?
Yeah.
A few items. I was going to spoke with Captain White this morning. I found the error in the board self-evaluation. There were quite a few errors when I was looking at the board self-evaluation in the math. It was amazing that we hadn't found it. That was actually number one on my, I didn't know she was going to email you. I had seen in the September 22nd board meeting that we changed our meeting dates to the first and fourth Tuesday of the month. In September of this year, the fourth Tuesday is going to be Erev Yom Kippur, which is, it's one of those days. Are we going to be changing that?
I'm sorry, can I come that question, Tom?
Tuesday is a regular meeting. Are we changing that to either the third or the following, to the fifth Tuesday?
No.
It would be September 29th.
We have that as the 23rd.
So you're going to do that as the 23rd?
We've already approved the calendar and it's on the 23rd.
Well, I don't have it as the 23rd, so I was looking as the 20.
We approved it, and unless I did it correctly, it was approved as Wednesday.
Well, I don't have the dates, I only have it the 1st and 4th, so we approved it as, I don't have the dates.
Oh, it's actually the 4th Wednesday.
We're doing it on the Wednesday?
Approved it.
How are we doing Yom Kippur on the Wednesday?
I have it September 23rd of 2015.
Yes. That's what it says here.
I'm sorry.
It's talking about the holiday, but not the day of meeting.
I'm sorry, Ron. I thought you were asking what day the holiday was.
I know what day the holiday is. I'm asking you when we're doing the meeting.
So have we approved that meeting yet? It's in-
We approved the 1st and 4th Tuesdays.
The 4th Tuesday is the 22nd.
Yes.
The night before Rosh Hashanah. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the night, it's the 4th sides or whatever.
So we have to move it to the 15th or the 29th.
And the 15th we're actually closed for Rosh.
Okay, so we have to do it on the 29th.
We can do that, we can put that on to the 23rd.
Will you do that on the 29th?
Yes.
Yeah, but we'll
Yeah.
put the resolution to change it.
On the
Right,
21st.
first to change it.
June.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and on the,
Sorry, Ron.
that's okay, I just wanted to do it early enough that there wasn't a problem on that. I also wanted, because I wasn't able to give you the report on the delegates assembly, and I wouldn't want Mr. Marshall to think I changed my vote, which, by the way, they had a good laugh about it at the delegates assembly. The resolution committee at the delegates assembly recommended that the Lindenwald resolution not go forward because it was solely done because of a hiring of a superintendent. And they felt that the only reason was because of a lame duck board, and because of that it failed. I didn't vote affirmative, even though when I gave my statement, I told them it was my personal statement, because I personally did not agree with the board, and the board wanted me to vote affirmative, which I did, but my personal opinion was that it should not go forward. My statement was that if it was to, that board members should be trained between the time of the election in November and the time they took office in January. And they should do their weekend training between that period of time, or at least sometime before February. Yes?
So the reorg stays in January?
The reorg stays in January. John had mentioned something at the last board meeting about a maintenance plan, which was $42 million, which the architect had put forth, which was in the $42 million range, and $23 million that was critical. Since I was elected to this board, this is something that has been, something that I felt has been dire, that past superintendents and administrators have failed to deal with, and boards have failed to deal with. And now we're at a critical stage, having had this report given to us, and we have a $42 million bill that we have to pass on to the taxpayers, and $23 million that's critical. And how we're ever going to put that in any type of a plan to go forward. And John, you're right. This is something that needs to be discussed, not in the future, but now. that we're going to have to really have to make some hard decisions going forward. And this is something that I've been trying to discuss with this board for the last 5.5 years. And it is amazing that we've been able to keep the school district together. Cindy, you talked about paving projects, and that you wanted to do a jointly with the town for 75. The engineer cost was $75,000.
75.
I'm sorry? $79,000. And that's what the fee was, and that the business administrator had gone out again for a second. Business administrator went out again, and got another estimate. It was only $600 less. And you had found another engineer that you had worked with that was half the price. Now, I understand you worked with him, but I don't know how that could be mitigated at only half the price. Is it the exact same scope of what Jonathan had gone out for?
It was an engineer to design the paving projects that we identified. And it was the exact same thing, to do the bids, to put the specs together, and to bid this. And actually, the engineer has been working on it, and the plans are going to be out for bid next week. So yeah, it is the same thing.
I don't know how 3 different licensed engineers could have come in for a bid and be such a disparity between them.
One thing I'd like to clarify, Mrs. Rosenthal, is, as I said to you last week, the person I called was, thank you, the person I called to get the price was an engineer who had worked for us, had done a paving project at the Robertsville Asher parking lot expansion. So he has experience with the district, knows the district, and did a fine job on that work. So it wasn't somebody I just picked out of the hat. It wasn't somebody that we had experience with him.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that he didn't have experience with us. I just find it interesting that you have 3 licensed engineers, and you have 2 that come within $600 of one another, and 1 that comes in half the price, and 2 have the same exact specs, and then is the 3rd one working from the exact same spec.
Well, didn't you say, Cindy, that?
Yes, I already heard that.
Yeah, we heard the answer yes, and it was because the town's ones were charging a lot higher percentage than the gentleman that charged us. The town was charging almost 10% of their fees, and this gentleman was charging 5.4 or 5.3. That's why the price is different. The township's charging, their engineers are charging double the price than the school board engineers are charging. Taxpayers take them back.
Okay, and for the last thing is, I passed out documents to you, paper. The date can change because this was meant for the last board meeting. I'm going to make a motion, and no, it's old business. The reason it's old business is because at the one of the previous board meetings, it was the Gabazon had gotten up at the board meeting and asked 3 board members a question as to how they felt about Common Core and park assessments. And she had asked the 3 board members, and she and I had asked her why those 3 board members, and she said because they were running for re-election, and I pointed out those weren't the 3 board members, and I corrected her, and I told her which 3 board members were running. She should know which 3 board members are running before she wants to know from those people. And I then asked her why she didn't want to know from the entire board. And she then said, well, maybe, and nobody answered her but the 3 board members who were running. So that's why I'm doing it under old business. So I wrote this, and I'm making a motion to I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it. It says, whereas the Marlborough Township Public Schools Board of Education and its individual members recognize that our children are our most valuable resource, and whereas it is the statutory and moral obligation to provide the most effective educational experience for our students in a fiscally responsible manner, and whereas the Board of Education supports the entire Marlborough community and recognizes the value of educational programs that meet the needs of our community, and believes that the responsibility for the operation and instructional programs of the Marlborough Public Schools lies with the Board of Education and should not be mandated to outside agencies or legislative bodies, resolves that as of the 2015-2016 school and fiscal year, the Marlborough Township Board of Education and therefore the Marlborough Township Public School District shall no longer devote resources, time, nor energy to educational programs that are not developed locally by all stakeholders and will not participate in any external assessments based on the Common Core standards. Be it further resolved that the curriculum of the Marlborough Township Public Schools shall revert to that which was in force prior to externally devised standards. The Marlborough Township Public School Board of Education places full faith in the administration and staff's ability to provide meaningful instruction based on the norms, needs, and desires of the entire Marlborough community. Copies of this resolution shall be forwarded to the New Jersey Commissioner of Education, the Monmouth County Executive Superintendent of Schools, State Senator Joseph Carrillos, Assembly Persons Declan Scanlon and Amy Hanlon, and the Monmouth County Board of Chosen Freeholders. I so move.
Second to my motion.
I think based off of my opinion, and what I've said publicly about how I feel about Common Core Park, based off what I've seen just in the last week, that now the state's walking away from Common Core, not walking away from the park, which makes absolutely 0 sense to me. Zero sense. I'm totally confused now as to what direction it's going. I'm not making the second that this goes. I'm making a second that this should be at least worthy of discussion as to what this district is going to do as we move forward, or as the state, where this is. We don't know where the state's going to go with this. It's going to be an interesting look. But I think that we should at least open up dialogue and know where we're going.
Okay, second. You have a second,
No, did he second it? Because he said he seconded it to have a discussion.
I'm just saying this second.
It has to be open discussion. Now,
I'm gonna lead first. So, just real quick history, just so we're all on the same page. On May 21st, the park governing board voted to consolidate the 2 testing windows. This year we had the end of year EOY and the performance-based assessment PBA. What they voted to do is to combine those 2 windows, and they're essentially going to cut about 90 minutes per session out. And that it's roughly 90 minutes in all grades testing time. The testing window is going to extend from where the PBA was to the EOY. They're saying it will be somewhere in the middle of that 75 to 90% window. They're also going to reduce the number of tested units. That happened first. Then last week, we received word that our governor essentially is making the recommendation to pull us out of Common Core. I'm going to take you through just very quickly the comments that were said. by the governor. We want to ensure that our children leave our schools ready to meet the challenges they will face as they begin the rest of their lives. And the governor will agree with that. He then said New Jersey has a long history of embracing rigorous educational standards. I think it's also a fact you can prove. He wants to carry this tradition and improve upon it. That was what he wants to do. What he charged Commissioner Heskey with doing is to start an examination. He said examination, then he said teams, so it's a little unclear as to how he wanted it to happen. I think he's going to leave those broad strokes up to the Commissioner. However, what he wants is by the end of December 2015, he wants a new set of standards on his desk. And then he said some things that absolutely puzzled me. I've sat in this chair for about 2 years. I've sat in the PTA, PTO, president's meetings. I've talked to parents, talked to teachers. And I know what I've heard. I've heard Common Core is too hard. I've heard that it was very unfair to make our students in grade 6, 7, and 8, take the standards which were so broad, turn them on their side, and then say, go. And I agree with a lot of that. What I never heard is that, and this is what the governor said, he wants more rigorous standards. I have not heard that once. I've actually heard quite the opposite, that the Common Core is way too hard for our kids, and the kids are struggling with the higher order thinking. So that puzzled me a whole lot. He also said that the other thing he heard from everyone across the state is that people were very upset that the standards weren't just made in New Jersey. Again, I've never heard that. Never heard that. I think he specifically referenced standards that were forged, made, derived 200 miles on the Potomac. So I think that at the heart of this, and where the governor, in my opinion, what he's doing, he's obviously setting up his platform for local control for education. So if there is a presidential run, that will. My best guess would be that's where he would land on that, or at least that's where it makes sense for him to land. What does not make sense is the fact that he then comes out, as Mr. Dwyer said, is saying Common Core needs to change, whatever that change is, but I still believe in Park. Those two things, one of these things does not belong, to quote Sesame Street. I do love Sesame Street. So what's going to happen? If you look at what other states have done when they pulled out of the Common Core, they made very minor tweaks to the Common Core, and they put their state stamp on it. In order for the park to still be used, in my opinion, legally, it needs to measure everything that our students are taught, should know, and be able to do. So if the park is supposed to measure Common Core, which it does, and take your opinions away out of that, whether it's right, wrong, indifferent. The standards, if they change, and if they change where anything is moved around, you can't use the park. So essentially what he's done is he's given Commissioner Heskey roughly about 7 months to not only have a new set of standards, but if those standards deviate from the Common Core in any way, shape, or form, you've now invalidated the assessment that you would use to measure said standards. So, long and short, what the heck has happened? That's a great question, Mr. Dwyer. It's a great question, but I'll tell you what. At the end of the day, and the board can discuss this cannot be. We can't ratify this. We just can't. If we ratify this, we then take everything that we're supposed to do, right, wrong, or indifferent, and we invalidate it just completely. Moreover, this will 100% invalidate any form of assessment that we give in Marlboro, as what we do is based upon the Common Core. So there's a lot of legal questions about whether or not the governor, the headlines, Governor Christie pulls New Jersey out of Common Core. That's not what he did. And the question of whether or not he can or not is absolutely up for debate. And I think we would challenged, was put in by the state board, and can't be unilaterally pulled out by a governor. So I sadly, if you ask Eric Michael's opinion, last week was a very dark day for a lot of reasons, but one of which is our kids. Because what you've done is you've really called into question now that we've pursued a course and we have educational standards. New Jersey was 100% at the table for the development of the Common Core. 100%. They had weigh-in. They had 100% the opportunity to weigh in on those standards. But to unilaterally say, hey, we're gonna pull out of that, and then essentially invalidate what we do, and whatever word you want, lame duck, not lame duck. It was just an awful day. Awful day. So that's my thoughts.
So I just want to go back one step, and I would appreciate it, and my president would appreciate it. It's great finding out that the school evaluation had it. I would appreciate it. I said it was a great find, and I found that our evaluation had errors, but I would appreciate a phone call. Any president would appreciate a phone call if you found that. I mean, when you called Kathleen, representative and validated it, you said at the meeting, I didn't think she was email.
No, she said that she was going to complete that.
I'm just saying, either way, I would appreciate it, and any president would appreciate a phone call.
Was it a phone
call?
She was getting the not the meeting, so I don't know.
Mark, as a protocol, when something like that happens, is there a protocol as a board member that you should notify the board president before calling the state?
Yeah, I think it's good practice.
It's good practice, right? As a board member to call your president instead of calling the state or your board?
Yes.
So, and I'll go to this resolution real quick. As my other question, my first question, Bonnie, is, have you researched, you know what the financial impact on the taxpayers would have with this funding, what it would cost us if we put it in?
You told us the list where we had a loan was $50,000.
Financial impact if we pulled out the Common Core.
Didn't you tell us last night it was $50,000 for signing up? What did you tell us?
What is the financial impact?
What's the financial impact of this?
If we pull out a Common Core and we do something like this? That's what she's asking. That's what Mike's asking.
It's beyond
It's beyond.
It's beyond that. I mean, we're talking about starting from scratch. You're talking about redoing your curriculum. You're talking about starting again.
There's two parts to that. There's a part from the state, there's a part from the district to be aligned to something new. Do we know what financial impact on governing bodies would be against the board?
How much federal funding?
I guess the question is, how much federal funding would they pull if we turned our back on the feds vis-a-vis Common Core and Park?
Because the portion of it comes from the state. It's going to be a grant, so we get about $150,000 in Title I money. We get a lot. We get over $1 million for IDEA, but that's special education. So it would be your NCLB money. But you've got other implications with this. So we don't know if we pulled out of this, because this is a little bit of information. We don't know how much they're talking about, what they're going to do at all yet.
Yeah, on Wednesday, we attended a couple of us, which is us too, right? Dr. Gibbs and Cindy, and the speaker was the Commissioner of Education, Mr. Hepsby, and not one mention of this. It almost made me afraid. It scared me on Thursday, because it came out on Thursday, right? How one hand knew what the other hand was doing, and that's kind of how I felt like he had no idea what Governor Christie was going to say for his political platform. That's my opinion, only I can't say for the others, but it shocked me. And he had, and believe me, superintendents were going at him about the park, and there were questions about the park, about how some districts towed the line and made their kids sit and stare in some districts, and they took political heat for that. They took heat from their parents and their communities for that, and there was other, he was all over the place. Never mentioned any of this.
What he also said was, because...
Should we wait till she sits down before Michael?
You know, at the end of the day, I look at this item, and it's incumbent on this board and future boards to keep their eye on the ball. Dr. Hick, you said something that has been given the mandate to get something together within, how many months? Yeah. And to be honest with you, the state or the Common Core, how long did it take them to get that together? And they didn't get that right. So we're going down another slippery slope, and I personally think if this document does nothing else, hang on your wall, because at some point, I think it's going to be resurrected. And I understand from a financial standpoint, but I think this is, from a discussion purpose, has got to make people aware that they didn't get it right the first time. It was a bit of a failure. Part is that whether we go, when I went to a dinner with people from teachers and educators from the math and biotech, and they were absolutely livid over what's going on. And somebody said something very interesting, and I said it to you the other night. There's a 13% error ratio in the PARC testing. On the open-ended questions, they're hiring people off the Craigslist. None of this is good for the state of New Jersey. None of this is good for the children of Marlborough. And I understand that from a financial aspect, we can't do much. But this board and the future boards really have to stay on top of it. We did everything they asked us to do. We did everything the federal government and the state said we had to do. And we're paying for it financially. And it disturbs me terribly because our children are paying for it. And there's issues over here that I'm hearing. And I think it's going to come out. I think that's going to come out. I mean, he goes to mass. And I said a long time ago, I don't want any children in this district buried because of something the state and the federal government. So I think it's incumbent upon us, but if we do nothing else to stop it. Remember, keep your eyes open, because I don't think anything good is coming out of the decisions that are going on. Political decisions, in the end, don't work. Not for my kids, not for the children home.
I'd like to point out that we do not use PARC scores as a placement, so we can't holler at that.
Just saying.
Okay, everybody else, will we wrap up?
It's really this, I can't.
What's the number?
Okay, so, hold on. So, what I was asking Mark to help me do was, since I don't think the board would be inclined to pass this motion as it sits, what I would do if John would, okay, because he's the seconder of the motion, is I think it lies in the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph that not to pull out of Common Core and the assessment, but to change it in a way to say that the board isn't supporting Common Core and the assessment, so that we can send it to Declan and to Joseph Krillos and the freeholders, so that they know that this board isn't behind it and that we're not happy with what's going on.
So you want to just add language that says after the second sentence, the Marlborough Township Public School District shall no longer support the Common Core and any related assessments, and that would conclude and delete the rest of it. So no longer support the Common Core and any related assessments.
The Common Core standards and
any related assessments.
And its related assessments.
I'd like to hear Dr. Gibbs, please weigh in.
Can I weigh in as a second? I don't think I'm going to second that, only because I think PARC is going to go away. I think the whole issue is going to blow up. And I think for us to stand there and be the first on the block, not to say, I'm not going to play, would be, a disadvantage to the ball right now. I think, again, like I said before, we have to keep up my own ball, understand what's going on, watch what's going on, because I think Clark is the next guy. And I think we need to let that. I think we need to let that happen.
You're not going to second it?
Okay, then vote it the way it is.
We're going to call for a roll call. One second.
As the original, we're voting on it as the original.
Before we call, can I ask a question? What is the impact of this to your operation?
Catastrophic. It's catastrophic. So essentially, this as written is basically saying that you're not going to use any assessments that are based upon the Common Core. You're not going to use the Common Core. So essentially, everything that we do, we wouldn't do.
And we revert back to
You would use a completely white away the slate and start over. This is a shock value resolution is what it is. And it's no different than what the governor did on TV on last week.
No, don't say that.
Someone said that.
Don't say that.
You answer, can I ask another question? Because we supported our superintendent for his operations according to what he has to do. And we all, none of us put it firm. For that reason, we support the Common Core. We know the test Park has problem. We try to work with our superintendent and the administration officers to do our best taking care of our children in this environment. I just don't see how can all of a sudden we can make such a big decision by voting now. I don't understand. I cannot do that.
Well said.
Well said.
My question was just, if we were to do this, then we can't use, if we vote on this, then we can't use any of our textbooks, we can't use any of our programs, we can't use anything we're currently using. You can't buy anything. You can't buy anything, you throw out everything. For us, you go to Steve's?
Yes. So any textbook, so basically the line that says shall no longer devote resources, which is everything that we use, curriculum, textbooks, study island, G3000.
It's 11:30 at night.
Cindy, roll call, please.
Mrs. Emmett? No. Mrs. Carroll?
I can't because our school, I don't know how the school operates. No.
Mrs. Rudell? No. Mr. Marshall?
Absolutely no.
Mrs. Matos? No way. Mrs. Dean?
No.
Mr. Dwyer?
Time being no.
I'm sorry?
No.
Mrs. Rosenwald? Abstain. Mr. Lomansky?
No.
Wait a minute, I'm abstaining from something. I can abstain? I can absolutely abstain.
We just don't have time, she's going to abstain from something that she...
Yes, I can abstain.
All right, move on.
All right.
Anybody have any old business? Any other old business? Any new business?
Sir, just have a short statement. I promise I won't keep you guys too much longer. Over the past few weeks, many people in this community have been asking me if I can. Over the past few weeks, many people in this community have been asking me if I'd be running again for the board. I've been touched and deeply moved by the outpouring of support. The last 3 years serving on this board has been a true privilege and honor for me. It has also been a whirlwind of nonstop action. From the security issues stemming from Sandy Hook tragedy, hiring a new superintendent, human resource director, curriculum supervisor, building and ground supervisors, multiple principals and assistant principals, it has been a daunting challenge. And on top of that, all that I just mentioned, Common Core and Park, and the technology issues that had to be addressed. Most board members across the state really don't see that much activity in 2 terms, let alone 1. I worked hard to honor those who elected me to get it right. I listened to the facts, I listened to the public, and to the best of my ability made decisions that I believe would benefit this community. With all that being said, I'm announcing tonight, this evening, that I'll be resigning my position on the board. I would like my effective date to be the last meeting in June, since it will coincide with the school year end. I believe my timing will minimize problems with decision-making issues, since the board agenda is usually light over the summer, and this allows time for the board to start the process to replace me. I'd like to thank Dr. Hibbs, the entire administration, all of the great educators in Marlborough, Mr. Lopansky, and my fellow board members. But most important, people in Marlborough who trusted me and allowed me the privilege to sit in this seat and be their voice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Heard.
Thank you, John.
So I believe I should read a resolution the board should adopt. Accepted. The date will be effective the 23rd, correct? Part of the resolution.
After the meeting, right?
After the meeting. Right. Good. At the end of June 23rd.
Yeah, it's the last meeting in June. We have the year, it's up to school year.
We have to put time on the full vacancy. We got them at 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, so the board has 65 days to fill the vacancy. So my suggestion could be, you can either do it at your July or August meeting. You could always put it to date tonight and change it later if you wanted to. Again, you have 65 days.
And then they have to go through the interview process?
Yeah, so the resolution also reads that the board secretary would be directed to advertise the vacancy, seek interested candidates, and our policy speaks to how we fill the vacancy, presumably conducting some interviews in public, and then the board would vote to appoint somebody to fill the vacancy.
Up until the end of his term.
Yeah, so it would be for the balance of John's term.
So we appoint somebody, then they have to run in November.
If they want to stay on.
Sorry, Andrew.
If we appoint somebody and they want to stay on, they have to run in November.
Yes, correct.
So the deadline to put in your application
Is the end of July.
is the end of July 27th. So then they would.
So they have an advantage. You did the July meeting, the person would have an advantage of being an incumbent. Yes, the profit would have to happen.
Well, I'm put again in July, last meeting in July now.
Let me ask you this, do you have to fill the position, or can you just have somebody run for that position?
If you don't fill the vacancy within the 65 days, the county suit will.
Okay, so you have to fill a position and they get you in November, okay.
Mr. Dwyer, I'm going to make this the 24th, so it's very clear you participate in the 23rd meeting. Right now it says the 23rd, I don't want anybody to say you already resigned. So I'll make the 24th that way.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess I can't be involved in the executive one last night.
No, it probably wouldn't make any sense, but at least this way, no.
You may remember through the end of that meeting.
Okay.
That's fine. Of course, yes, it could be. Okay.
I'll make out the change that.
No, I would like to see my meeting to be set.
What's that mean?
Give it 7:28. 7:28.
You can only change that right now.
Okay.
July 2nd, you can go home.
Sure.
July 28th.
What's that for? Interviews?
Well, when we fill the vacancy, no, we have to tell them before that.
Interviews.
If it doesn't work out, we'll figure out that.
What am I using that date for?
The date is, we said we'll fill the, let me read the resolution.
Oh, you have it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
Let me read.
Yes, it did.
Can I read it?
You might guess.
Okay, let me read the resolution. Resolved that the Board of Education hereby accepts the resignation of John Dwyer effective June 24th, 2015. We further resolve that the Board Secretary is hereby directed to advertise the vacancy and seek candidates for the position in accordance with board policies. Be it finally resolved that the Board will interview candidates and fill the vacancy at its July 28th, right, 2015 meeting. I so move. Seconded by... Seconded by Craig.
We vote no to his resignation too?
Here. Okay.
Are you guys renting a van?
Okay. I'll open up discussion on my resolution. sadly given the resolution. Third. Any other discussion? You ready? Okay. Cindy, please call the roll.
It's my burgers.
Mrs. D. Are you accepted?
Yeah.
Yes. Mrs. Dwyer.
Yes.
Mrs. Eddie. Yes. Mrs. Keller.
I guess that's your choice after this.
Is that yes? It's yes. Mrs. Lou Riddell.
Come on, maybe going to see us.
Mrs.
Here with Mr.
Mrs.
Moran.
Santos?
Yes.
Right here.
Mrs. Rosenwald. He told me I had to say yes. Mrs. Marshall.
With a heavy heart, I say yes.
Mr. Levansky.
Yes.
Did pass.
Anybody else have any new business? Okay, I'll open up the second public session of any item. We want to public question. I just want to, I didn't even have a comment.
So the record is, I appreciate your response.
And the other address, I'm sorry.
James Travassi, 25 Village Road. I appreciate your response to the initial comments. One thing and in response to your comments, I guess my concern is I want to make sure that the decision on placement criteria was not in the vacuum, which is why I asked about the other sources of discussion that were gathered by Mr. Ball. So please look into that, because I think that is important to make sure if there was a vacuum, that maybe things get tweaked a little bit to fix it, because I think it might be a problem. The other thing is, again, some of the comments from last week, I get a little concerned that all new forms of teacher input on any level have been kind of cut out of the criteria. Specifically, teachers are the ones who see our kids, sometimes more than the parents. Crazy, but true. They know our kids, they know what their abilities are, and I'm not saying that the teacher input should be the driving factor behind where students are placed, but I think it should be a factor. And it's not been published criteria. I understand that during some deep dives there may be that information gathered. That's fine. But I guess my point is, if the criteria were set up in such a way that would avoid the need for the deep dives, maybe that would be just a more efficient process. And if having teacher input, teacher questionnaire as an additional criteria that could then maybe loosen some of the and this, where everything has to be met. I don't know, it just seems like it might create a more reasonable criteria. That's that. And the other thing, I know you mentioned that the park scores were not factored into placement, which is true. However, the placement criteria were aligned with park and Common Core. So, as far as what Mr. Bowman said. So I just want to, that has sort of driven some of the placement criteria decisions. So what the implications of that are, I don't know. As John said, I mean, there's some things are up in the air as to where things are going to go with Common Core, with the park. And I hate to see our kids sort of stuck in the middle of a lot of that, where they can't make up a couple years if they're placed improperly. And I understand you're trying everything to not make that happen, and I appreciate that. So, thank you.
I'll let you know what.
It's up to you next time.
I agree with the teachers, 100%. No. Completely agree.
Anyone else in the public will suggest the board at the end?
Last week I asked you and Mr. Balone that very same thing about the teachers having input. And Mr. Balone, sorry, Michael. Mr. Balone had said that the does take teachers' input, and they do help them out. That's what Ian said last week. It's not part of the criteria, though.
As James just said, it's not part of the criteria, and when we do a deep dive on a child, we go back to the teacher, we ask for work samples, we ask their opinions on whether the child, in their opinion, would be successful or not successful. Yes, we do ask, but it's not part of the official criteria.
So can I clarify my question then from last week? When you do a deep dive, then you ask the teacher, what if the teacher comes first and asks you to look into this child? Is that okay too?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. And it does happen. It does happen. So what essentially happens is, if it, as I said before, if a child misses one criteria, it triggers a deep dive. It doesn't matter what that criteria really is. It could go back to the grades, any form of physical. Yes, it definitely goes both ways. Teachers can say, I want to try to submit in, and we'll look at it reflectively. And sometimes it's the opposite, where they met all but one, and then we're doing the opposite, and we're going back.
Teacher doesn't get in trouble for coming to law or anything like that. It's just not stepping around or anything. It's not part of the criteria. The teacher can come and ask.
No,
I don't think you.
If I had any energy, I'd be sarcastic. No, absolutely not in trouble. I love those discussions. I love the intellectual discussions.
Just want to put it out there.
100%. Yep. It doesn't mean I don't yell. I rarely bite.
Okay. I'm going to read the executive session resolution. Be resolved in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act of Marlborough Township. Board of Education shall conduct a closed executive session pursuant to personnel and legal exceptions prescribed by NJSA 10:4-12 for the purpose of discussing attorney-client privilege. Number 2, personnel matters. Number 3, MTEA negotiations. Anticipated length of time of executive session will be 30 minutes. Action will not be taken in public as executive session. Please resolve that executive session will be released from the confidentiality clause of NJSA 10:4-12 no longer applies. Seconded by Victoria. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody against? Motion passes. I'll make a motion to turn to executive session. Second by Debbie. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody against? Thank you.